I love that music. I'm going to write lyrics to it. Sunday morning, so in street, it's da 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 da. I mean, I think it's got legs. What do you think? Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's Sunday. It's my favourite day of the week. I love being here on a Sunday. It's got a lovely vibe. I hope you'll stay with us all morning. We've got the gorgeous Adelle Rowland. And of course, it's bank holiday weekend, of course, as well. So, I mean, you've still got tomorrow to do something else lovely. Anyway, look, let's get started, as we always do, with the early bird. Now, I love it. I love it, love it, love it when the early bird is something really useful and really useful for everybody. What our early bird is today is a 2.5 metre piece. Now, it's called a backing bundle. I'm going to diversify from that, you know I would. It's a 2.5 metre bundle of vanilla cotton. Beautiful quilt weight cotton from, of course, Rose and Hubble. So it's beautiful 100% cotton, really lovely quality. Now, yes, you could use it as a backing fabric, but this would be just perfect for mixing with your Moda fabrics, with your Riley Blakes, your Michael Millers, whatever fabrics you've got in your stash, your Craft Cotton Company, as your piecing, your background fabric within your blocks, your sashings, your borders. I often like to put like a thin border around, either dark or light, depending on the colour of the blocks, just to make everything pop. Then a wider border, perhaps of pattern fabric, then another little border of either light or dark. And 2.5 metres is a great amount of fabric. So if you mix this with something like a jelly roll or a strip roll, for example, you could make a double bed size quilt. Now, normal price for 2.5 metres of vanilla cotton is $18.95, but today it's our early bird. Let's make a saving. We love a saving. It is $14.95, £4 saving. That's a lot on an $18.95 purchase, isn't it? £4 off. And it is super, super useful. It's very stashable, isn't it? Very stashable. Now, of course, this is approximately 42 inches wide. So it's your standard width. It's got a lovely kind of buttery, creamy colour. It actually makes me think of vanilla buttercream. Now, I'm saying that because it was Charlie's birthday just the other week, and I made loads of cupcakes. And I frosted them all with vanilla buttercream. Well, actually, they never actually made it to the party because there were so many other lovely cakes. There was a birthday cake, and there were lots of other lovely puddings. So the cupcakes never actually got iced. So now I'm just feeding the gallery with them each week. I bring a bag out of the freezer, frost them, bring them in. It keeps them happy. It stops them doing super close-ups, and that's all I care about. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! I just... Poor Michael, who is our multi-skilled operator today, has missed out on the cupcakes, which is why he's not really cooperating. But if you ever want a cupcake, Michael, behave yourself. Anyway, beautiful, but it's got that gorgeous, rich, buttery tone to it, hasn't it? So it's going to work really, really well with perhaps those more country colours, you know, something like La Vie Bohème from French General, maybe something like Kansas Troubles. Gorgeous. A lovely message from Carolyn, who's in the West Midlands. Good morning, Stuart. Looking good after Hobby Maker yesterday too. Yes, I think this would be perfect for Mandy Shaw's red work too. Have a great day. Oh, Carolyn, that's a super suggestion. Yeah, of course. These 100% cotton fabrics are the perfect base for red work. Now, I need to tell you that we're approaching 50% of the stock gone. It's a brilliant stash buster. I think it's fair to say if every one of you who's got this in your basket checks out, some of you are going to be disappointed. Do you know what I'm saying? But this would be a perfect backdrop for embroidery. And Mandy Shaw does amazing red work, doesn't she? I love that look. But of course, you can also do things like you can use blues, you can use, you know, all sorts of other colours. Something like autumn shades, like a variegated split cotton, you know, a 6-strand cotton, would be lovely to embroider on this. $14.95 instead of $18.95. It's a fab price. It's got a lovely warmth to it. I'm just fiddling at the moment with Facebook Live because it hasn't come on and I want to chat to you. I've got it. Yes. Good morning, Joanne. Morning. In this sunny Sunday. It's lovely, isn't it? Charlie went to the beach yesterday. He sent me pictures. I was like, I want to be there with you. But then he sent me a picture. You know, farmers sometimes do those massive round bales, you know, not like the little ones, but massive, like washed up on the beach. A massive round bale of straw or hay, whatever, washed up on the beach. Bizarre. Anyway, Marie's got in touch to say, hello, Stuart. Looking forward to a lovely morning with you. Marie, I promise it's going to be a fabulous morning. Hillary's got in touch. Morning, sweetie. Looking gorgeous as ever. Mwah. You too. So many of you watching this morning. Thank you for sharing your Sunday morning with us. Now remember, I don't care what you're wearing. Stay in your gym jams. Stay tucked up in bed. Stay cozy. Grab yourself a tea. Grab yourself a coffee. Just snuggle down. No need to get up. Let's just spend the morning together, all cozy here on Sewing Street. Shall we have a little look at the menu and see what's coming up? To the menu. 8 a.m. first hour, we've got William Morris and traditional fabrics. We've got some lovely Wiltshire shadow. We've got some beautiful William Morris fabrics too. Now at 9 a.m, one of my favourite guests, I love Adelle Rowland. She's here with the Lavant tunic and the Hamsey skirt. At 10 o'clock, we've got Dress to Impress, patterns and fabric bundles. And I mean, it couldn't be more suitable. It is National Bow Tie Day today. I mean, let's just bring a bit of class. Sorry, I feel decidedly underdressed. It is also National Red Wine Day, and I'm very, very much going to be getting involved with that later this evening. Now then, moving on at 11, at 11 o'clock. Adelle Rowland is back with an old friend of mine. It's Love at First Stitch by Tilly Walnes, the wonderful book, and some fab demos, a gorgeous blouse out of that. And then at 12 o'clock, it's fabric panel clearance. It is bargains, bargains, bargains galore. Sally Ann Harrison's got in touch. Morning, Sally Ann. Our lovely Sally Ann, to say, morning Stuart, hope you have a fabulous bank holiday weekend. Sorry to have missed you at Festival of Quilts, but I had a lovely chat with Charlie. We substitute for each other all the time, Sally Ann. You've got the better half of us. But I will look forward to seeing you very soon. Thanks for all your messages, everyone. Keep going through for your gorgeous early bird. I've got to tell you, there are 4 left. That's it. Really good buy, isn't it? 2.5 meters of premium quality, vanilla coloured, not flavoured, coloured cotton from Rose & Hubble. Absolutely perfect as a backing bundle, but I mean, I really think it's great for your piecing, borders, backgrounds for applique. A really good suggestion from Carolyn. Use it as a background for things like red work, blue work, embroidery. There are 3 left. I'm going to leave that with you. There's still 2 left. You know where this is going. I'm going to grab my iPad. Susan's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart and team. Looking forward to dressmaking demos today. I embroidered my embroidery machine yesterday. Woohoo! Sue, you're gonna love it. And you're right, we have got a real dressmaking focus this morning, which is lovely, isn't it? I love it when we can do things like that. Now, we're going to start with, shall we start with the Wiltshire Shadow? It is one of my all-time favourite blender collections. Now, in the last, I don't know, maybe 5 years, I think we've actually all learned to embrace what we always used to call blenders as the feature fabric. Lots of us now are making quilts that are entirely made using just this gorgeous palette. It's like having a lovely box of crayons that you can just create gorgeous designs, piecing, applique, a mixture of the two. So Forgive me for calling them blenders, but they do work absolutely beautiful for mixing and matching with other fabrics. Of course they do, but they are also very, very wonderful on their own. Now what you've got with this is you've got 14.5 meters of Liberty Wiltshire Shadow fabrics. Now that means 29 different fabrics. This is the ultimate treat for yourself. This is the ultimate stash filler that is just going to provide you then with a fabric that will go with virtually anything. It's such a beautiful design, isn't it? It's one of my favourite blenders. There I go, using that word again. But I just think it's lovely. It is traditional, but it is also got a modern vibe to it at the same time. And I think it's because of that sort of silhouette, isn't it? Almost. It's a silhouette of, I think it's a yew, berries and leaves. That's what it reminds me of. You know those yew berries that have the sort of almost hole running through them. Beautiful, very poisonous of course, but this is gorgeous. I'm just going to let you have a look at that for a second while I read a couple more messages. Amanda's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, lazy Sunday for me today. You do right, Amanda. Watching, then a bit of sewing later. What could be better? Well, in my opinion, nothing. Nothing. Andy's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I really enjoyed your demo on pin tucks on Hobby Maker yesterday. Let's have more. I agree. Let's have more. More sewing. More sewing. Let's take over. You've got 29 different colours here. Do we know any of the lovely names, or should I just give them my own names? You know how I love to do that. They are delicious. Now I love the fact that you've got a really lovely selection of blues. You know me, I am a blue boy. Have we met? Hello. I love blues, and there are some really gorgeous blues in here, aren't there? Throw a few names at me, Charlie. Apple, cherry, china blue, cornflower, denim, love that, dove. So many beautiful names, and they have a softness to them. None of these fabrics, none of these colours are garish. They are all soft. Now Rose has got in touch, my lovely friend from Canada. You may remember just before Festival of Quilts, Rose was here stretching out and doing a bit of ergonomics with us and with her lovely book. She says, morning from Lerwick. She's in Scotland at the moment. Planning a picnic at St Ninian's Beach today. Rose and her husband Dave are touring the Shetlands. How fabulous is that? She sent me some gorgeous pictures this morning. Sandra said, morning Stuart from sunny Glasgow. I think Rose and Dave might have picked their week to be up in Scotland, haven't they? Beautiful weather all around the country. Hope you're all enjoying that too. Really nice to hear from everybody. Morning to all of you. It's lovely to spend our Sunday morning together. Beautiful, beautiful shades here. A real, like, gorgeous, subtle, soft rainbow. So even things like the red, this is delicious, isn't it? It's that proper kind of cranberry. To me, that is Christmas red. I know for a lot of people, it's a much brighter kind of pillar box red for their Christmas red. But for me, that is absolutely Christmas red. And so I want to then combine that with something like this, just a lovely soft green, or even the apple, just for a bit of extra kind of brightness for those kind of holly leaves and berries that are going to adorn a table runner, Christmas stockings. Imagine if you've got this bundle in your stash, literally anything you want to make, anything you want to, if you want to use up your scraps. The best advice I can give you to use up your scraps is to pick a whole bunch and then to find some blenders that will bring everything together. So easy to do. Now Charlie, our lovely director, has really been bitten by the sewing bug. I think it's fair to say. It's just because of being around us, everything, all this loveliness every day. It's hard to resist, isn't it? Let's be honest. And so when he went to London with friends, he said, very first thing, let's all go to Liberty. So off he went to Liberty and just had a wonderful time. And of course, you can go to Liberty and buy Wiltshire Shadow. It's a lot more expensive than buying it here. So it's true though, it's true. It's a bit eye-watering really. I mean, it's a lovely experience to go there and see it all, but it is a bit eye-watering. Lulu's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, lovely to see you this morning. Thank you, my lovely. Becky Alexander Frost is watching. Morning Buffer, what you up to? You all right, love? I saw Becky and her husband at Festival of Quilts. We just kind of waved from afar, but hope you had a great time at Festival. It's been lovely actually to see lots of you have been posting pictures of what you saw and what you enjoyed most at Festival. It's all good stuff. A message across the bottom. Good morning, Stuart. Loving this Liberty bundle. Fantastic value from Vicky, who's in one of my favourite places in the country, which is Whitby. Love Whitby. Yeah, every time Charlie and I go, I seem to end up with a piece of jewellery. It's lovely. A little bit of Whitby jet. Very, very nice. And I love walking up to the Abbey, isn't it? On the top of the hill. It's very gothic. Really popular bundle, this. It's a fantastic stash. Well, completer, shall we say. It means that whenever you want something to go with something, you can dip into your stash, and not just have you got the colour, but it's Liberty. Beautiful quality and a great buy. You're actually getting a whole metre of Liberty fabric within this bundle for free. I'm going to pop that to one side now, because let's talk about another of my favourite designers, William Morris. Now then, we have some really gorgeous and great value fabrics. All of these are classic William Morris designs. Now, lots and lots of different colourways, all available by the half metre, and we've got 3 classic William Morris designs. I'm going to bring them down here and just show you the 3 classic designs that we've got. And then I'm going to run through them by the half metre. So we have got Absolute Classic, which is Strawberry Thief. We love, love, love Strawberry Thief. It is absolutely classic. I had a punnet of strawberries yesterday. They were delicious. Next up in the middle, we've got Willow. Again, this is, I can never look at this without thinking of Gogglebox and the pair who have got the house where everything, it seems, is in William Morris. Willow, it is beautiful. It is absolutely classic. It's fresh. It's just got a lovely kind of garden feel to it. And then our third range is called Larkspur. Larkspur, and again a really gorgeous range of colours. So let's start, why don't we, with Willow. So I'm going to show you these fabrics fairly quickly. They're all available by the half metre. Okay, so we're going to start with TF01. This is Willow on, well, a really deep navy background. Yeah, isn't that lovely? And it's a really, really deep navy. Now I'm thinking with all of these fabrics, they've got a beautiful home decor feel to them. They would be lovely for things like, you know, cushion covers, and if you wanted to recover a seat maybe, something like that. Next one up, we've got CQ09. This is damson in the background. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And as we go into autumn, this is perfect, because it's still got that lovely garden feel to it, but it's got that lovely warmth and depth and a bit more of that kind of autumny colour. Now, let's keep going with those kind of more dark and moody. This is Willow on Black, WX41, possibly my favourite version. That's moody, isn't it? And deep and rich. Lovely for dressmaking, of course. You could make a lovely kind of shirt-waisted dress. Oh, Jan's message to say, my dogs would disagree with you saying there's nothing to get up for. Jan, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. This is the thing, isn't it? If you've got dogs, you've always got to get up. A message from Teresa. Hi, Stuart and team. Loved seeing you at Festival of Quilts and enjoyed my hug with you and Adam. Oh, thank you, Teresa. It was so lovely to be together, wasn't it? And wasn't it lovely to see Adam there as well? What an absolute love he is. When the show had ended and we were kind of breaking down the stands, he came and chatted to me and helped me sort of take down some quilts and stuff. He's just so lovely. Adore him. He's a really lovely guy. All right, next one, and a brilliant sewer, of course, RI37. Now this has got kind of puce. It's puce, and I think this is really lovely. And again, this has got, well, it's fresh but warm. So I'm thinking this would be lovely to freshen up and update a bedroom, maybe a guest bedroom. Now, Christmases are coming, I'll say it, you know, and lots of us have guests to stay. Lots of us start thinking now about freshening up a room in preparation for visitors over Christmas and New Year. Now, an easy way to freshen up a room is things like some fresh cushions, maybe a little bed runner across the end of the bed, a few little accessories in the room, maybe a few little, you know, fabric baskets, and that can just give, especially if it's quite a plain room, a little freshen up. I think that would be delicious. Such a brilliant price as well, isn't it? $5.99. Now, if you wanted to use this fabric for things like roller blinds, maybe Roman blinds, curtains, you absolutely can. Obviously, it's a quilt weight fabric, so it's a little on the light side. So I would use it, if you're going to do something like curtains, I would use it with an interlining, what we call bump, that you'd put inside. It's almost like a quilt wadding layer that you put inside. Okay, and that will make it kind of much more light proof and heavier and make them drape more nicely. If you're using them for something like blinds, roller blinds, if you can use it for a roller blind, you actually spray the fabric to make it stiff. So that kind of evens that out. It is going to be fairly see-through. It's not going to really block the light. So again, you could put a light proof lining on that. Same with Roman blinds. You might not interline. You can interline Roman blinds, but I would use a blackout lining on the reverse side, and then it'll work really, really well. And wouldn't that look stylish? Now, our next one, let's go really fresh. Let's think about spring. HK28. This is a really zingy, fresh spring green, isn't it? Oh, hi Stuart, recovering from jet lag. After returning from Australia. Oh, how lovely, lucky you. And finding your voice so soothing and loving the William Morris fabrics. Oh, thank you, Georgina. Well, if you need a little nap, just keep listening. I'll put you to sleep. Oh, bless you. I want to know where in Australia you were. Australia is my favourite place to visit in the whole world. Love it. Love Australia. Oh, there's the label. Just trying to keep my housekeeping up together here. There we go, there we go. Right, last colourway, and this is that classic willow colouring, IQ 58. So this is that lovely sort of eucalyptus green, really fresh. Now thinking of Australia, the Blue Mountains, oh, absolutely gorgeous in New South Wales, the Blue Mountains, and they look blue because there's lots of eucalyptus growing on them, and it kind of, I don't know, it's like sets off a little sheen that you can see, like a little haze, like a blue haze. Very, very beautiful, very beautiful. But isn't that gorgeous? And that's the classic colouring for willow. So again, if you want to bring a bit of William Morris at $5.99, it is absolutely fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, that's willow taken care of. There we go. Let's do larkspur. Now again, I think these are really great stash builders, and I'm looking at these fabrics thinking, gosh, how beautifully they go with the Wiltshire Shadow. So this is larkspur, and then just lovely extra colours to add in and blend, you know, or maybe this one here and bring out a little bit more of the blue tones. This is why having the Wiltshire Shadow bundle is so important, I think. If you love these fabrics, it's not just about they'll only work with Liberty, they'll work with so many different fabrics. So I'm just going to open this fabric out so you can see what the design looks like. It's a two-tone design. It is absolutely beautiful. It's so elegant. So elegant, this one, isn't it? This one is, HV61. Yeah, it is lovely, isn't it? Azure. Yeah. It's got almost like a sort of copper plate engraving sort of look to it to me. It's very, very smart and stylish. But, you know, of course, traditional. If you've got a traditional home, traditional furnishings, this is going to be perfect. However, if you've got a very modern home, it's that kind of crisp, clean, classic line that I just think would look amazing in a modern interior as well. It's how you style it, isn't it? You know, you could do that, you know, cushion, for example, but then use something like a sort of rusty orange velvet, maybe, to create piping cord and then deep buttoning in the cushion. And suddenly it's something that's a bit more edgy and a bit more designer and a bit more modern. You know, it's how you treat these fabrics, isn't it? Message across the bottom. We were based in Melbourne, but also visited Uluru, which was amazing. Oh, Georgina, I've never been to Uluru. It's one of the things Charlie and I really need to do. But Melbourne's lovely, isn't it? Lovely vineyards. Let's not forget, folks, it is National Red Wine Day. Huzzah! God, do you know, I'm such a lightweight, that much in a glass and I'm done. But it will be lovely. This one's HQ17. Now this has got a lovely, soft, sort of sagey golden glow to it. So it is kind of greenish, but it's also golden as well at the same time. What's that colour actually called? Larkspur. Isn't that the whole... Linen. The whole range is called Larkspur, love. This is called linen. Lovely. Isn't that classic though? Just beautiful. And can you imagine using this for dressmaking? I'm a great one for a lovely lining. I think that as a lining for a jacket would be gorgeous. But I also think it would be really lovely for pyjamas. Wouldn't it? Again, with a little bit of a piped edge to it. Maybe either in the cream or picking out that golden green. Yeah? Love a little piped edge on PJs. Very, very smart. And then you really can stay in them all day, can't you? You could answer the door in them, and it's loungewear, isn't it? It's loungewear. Okay, next one up. I'll show you my real favourite one next, but this is gorgeous. This is JF69. There we go. Now that's got a beautiful, excuse me, almost pinkish background to it and a duck egg print. Lovely. Fresh. Again, really nice for revamping a bedroom. Perhaps that you've got, I don't know, painted white or cream or something like that. Really pretty. Now, absolute favourite colourway in this one is up next, which is PG34. I just think this is absolutely divine. It is divine. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? It is really, really smart. Love it. Love it. Yeah, it's just so elegant. It's that lovely kind of deep linen background, coloured background, and then that black print that just makes everything pop, but not in a kind of loud way, not in a loud way, but in a really sort of smart, elegant way. I think it's delicious. I'll have whatever's left of that, please. All of it. Yummy. Right, now then, something really different, this next one. This is ZH75. This is kind of like a corn yellow. What colour this is? Is it corn yellow? Ochre. Oh yeah, ochre. Not ochre, no. Ochre. Yellow ochre. Absolutely beautiful, that one. And again, really fresh, really nice for autumn. Create that kind of golden glow. Keep that golden glow going, even though we might not have the sunshine. Really lovely. Hey, so now next up, this is very classic, beautiful, beautiful colour, gorgeous. This is LN03. What colour is this called? Silver. That is really lovely, isn't it? I like that. And it's that sort of bluish grey, slaty. Yeah, really lovely. And again, you can use these like for the backs of cushions, if maybe you've got more piecing, a plique on the front. You could use them to create piping, covered piping cord. They'd also be really lovely for bags, wouldn't they? Maybe bag linings, outer bags. I mean, the outer bag doesn't always have to be kind of loud and lots of colour going on. Sometimes it's really lovely just to have something simple and soft, but still really smart and stylish. You know, if you like sort of, oh gosh, I don't know how to put this. If you like things that are a bit plainer, a bit simpler, but you still love pattern, but not like multicolours. I'm thinking like my mum, for example. My mum loves detail and surface pattern and texture and things like that, but my mum doesn't like lots of different colours going on in things like fabrics and furnishings. In the garden, different kettle of fish. My mum's all about colour, but for textiles, mum loves detail. This, I think, is really perfect. It's a perfect example. Got to tell you, this one is very, very limited stock. Especially if you've got this in mind for something like, you know, maybe for some dressmaking or a larger project, I would grab yours sooner rather than later. Really pretty, that. Now, next one might be my sort of second best favourite. It reminds me very much of my William Morris wallpaper, which is exactly these colours at home. This is HD 29. Oh, do you know, it was painful when we had the decorator come in to do it, and he used so many rolls because he had to sort of match the pattern, and we ended up with all these little bits left, and it was because it is expensive, the wallpaper. But isn't that lovely? So elegant. I mean, if I was still at school, do you remember when you had to use wallpaper to cover your school books? Did you have to do that? Yeah. I mean, I would have been the kiddie, wouldn't I, walking into school with books covered in William Morris. Hello, someone's doing well. But sadly, no need to cover school books now. Curses. Now, Hillary's mentioned, ooh, the larkspur in ebony, that's this one, would make a gorgeous dressing gown / smoking jacket. Hillary, you're spoiling me. You're absolutely right. And, well, this too. I mean, can you imagine this one maybe crosshatch quilted and then made up into a jacket? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Or something I was showing yesterday on Hobbymaker was using a pin tuck foot. You get it with the FS250, that's why I was demonstrating it. But I was using it for quilting. So actually marking a crosshatch, but then using the 5-tuck pin tuck foot just to and a twin needle just to stitch a double line of stitching in place of one line. And then when you do that crosshatched, plus the pin tuck, you get this little raised, almost corded effect. Oh, so smart and absolutely beautiful for Hillary's suggestion of a quilted dressing gown / smoking jacket. And I think by smoking jacket you mean if you wore it, you'd look smoking. Gorgeous. Donna's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart, and everyone. Good morning. Oh, Jan, good suggestion. Jan says, those would be great for Wendy Orlando's folding shopper bag. Really smart for a shopping bag. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it just elevates whatever you make, doesn't it? If you use really smart fabric, you can make a simple tote bag. You can make a simple zip-topped bag or purse or pouch, and it just looks so much smarter. And especially if you quilt the fabric as well, layer and quilt it, it just soars. I love it. Now, next one, again, such a smart colour combination. I really love these darks with this sort of deep parchment linen tone. This is KU32. So this is a navy blue. It just is gorgeous, isn't it? Love it. It's almost kind of gentleman's club. That ebony could be used to make a very lush Christmas range. I'm thinking tree skirt, decorations, table runner and chair backs. Carolyn, I love the way you're going. And then maybe like some gold braid or cord around the outside of the tree skirt. Oh, gold tassels. Yes, I'm there. I'm there for it. Yeah, genuinely love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, me too. Tassels, cord. That's what I love about Christmas. I don't normally use things like that in my home decor. But at Christmas, all bets are off. You can do what you like. We can do what you like any time of year, can't you really? But, you know. Right, a couple more messages. That ebony, we've done that one. I mean, it's a good one. I'll read it again. Thank you. Morning all. I'm new to quilting. I have seen a quilt front in Liberty Tana Lawn. Can I back it in Wiltshire Shadow? Many thanks, Sue in Hampshire. Absolutely, Sue. Absolutely. So a Tana Lawn is a lighter weight cotton fabric. It will mix beautifully. I mean, some people mix Tana and regular quilt weight cotton in a project. That works too, but definitely for backing it. And what it will do for your quilt, it will give it just a little bit more kind of more robust, harder wearing back. You know, it's a little bit thicker, a little bit of a heavier weight cotton. Yeah, good choice. Okay, was there another message or that was that one? Thank you. Keep them coming in. Keep them coming in. Now this next one, really different and lovely. I'm just going to grab, this is KX70. I'm just going to grab, this is the willow in puce, because I really love that combination. Really nice. And again, if you were going to freshen up a room, and it doesn't have to be a big job, a few quilted cushions, maybe some pillowcases, a little table, a little bed runner, something like that. Few accessories, yeah, bit of bunting, you know, couple of patchwork padded hearts, maybe with some little potpourri sachet inside, tied to the bedstead. I mean, it's just little bits like that that can just really freshen up a room and just make it feel lovely. This is KX70, and it's that puce again on that lovely warm golden background. You know where puce comes from, right? Okay, so it was the court of, was it Louis the 15th, something like that, and his wife wore a gown in this sort of colour, kind of a pinky purple shade, and he said it was the couleur de puce, which is flea colour. A puce is a flea in France, so it was flea coloured. And as always happens when the royal family, they're so influential, aren't they? They wear something, suddenly everybody wanted to wear that particular shade, that particular colour. Yeah, and I think it's really fun. I think it's a fun story. I like it. We all want puce. Give me puce, I want it now. Morning, Stuart. Great start to Sunday. I love a bit or a lot of the William Morris fabric. I think I may have a problem. Karen, it's not a problem. It's lovely. It's lovely. It is lovely though, isn't it? We talk about this a lot here. A well-stocked stash means anytime you feel like crafting, you can just go into your stash and it's there ready for you. Now this, excuse me, is gorgeous. This is TV 06. Now in the last few years, houseplants, my goodness me, houseplants, succulents are absolutely, they're like the #1 house accessory now, aren't they, houseplants and succulents? And this brings that freshness, that greenness. Can you imagine if you've got that room, maybe it's the little, the room you sit in that's got the French doors or that looks out onto some lovely trees or garden or something like that, or just a room that you've put lots of house plants in to kind of bring the outdoors indoors. This is the fabric, isn't it? This is the fabric to put in your garden room or that room just to bring the outside in. Yeah, I think the last few years have definitely made us appreciate the countryside, being outdoors, being out in the fresh air. Lots of us, I think, have done a bit more walking in the last few years and just seeing what's out there. It's lovely. And just that sort of feeling of bringing the outside inside. I love it. Nice suggestion from Amanda, who said, I'm just putting this out there. Imagine the William Morris fabric for your shopping trolley bags from Bags for Life. I love that idea. You could maybe mix the Strawberry Thief with Willow or Willow and Larkspur, mix and match. Very nice suggestion. Thank you for that, Amanda. So that's that one. Really like that. And again, I think that would be divine for dressmaking. Really, really nice. Two more. Let's go with the kind of madder red, US 58. This is called Crimson. Now this for me has a lovely kind of, I'm just going to grab La Vie Bohème, which is from Moda, and just look how beautifully this madder red blends with the madder red that are used in, do you see, in French General. It's got that look, hasn't it? So for example, if you've loved French General and you've got kind of a quilt and some cushions and things like that in a bedroom, and maybe you want something that's perhaps a slightly bigger scale, something that's a little bit more home dec looking. Yeah. Something like that. You could make a blind, you could make curtains. Liking that. I'm liking that. That's Crimson, although I think that's more of a madder red. And then the last one is MG35. Again, soft, subtle. What colour is this? Grey? But it's a kind of slatey blue, and it's blended with that sort of parchment, linen, kind of slightly golden colour in the background. I think it almost reminds me of, sometimes you get those lovely bookend papers, in a really special old book, something like that. It's got that kind of elegant, I don't know, slightly faded look. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, Charlie's just reminded me about travelling in the lift in Liberties. That's quite special, isn't it? Isn't it all wood? It's all wood panelled, isn't it, inside, I think. I've taught at the sewing school at Liberty, a few times, which is a really lovely experience. And that's all oak, dark oak panelled walls and candelabras and leaded windows. You feel like it almost feels like you're in Elizabethan times, but then you've got all these like high-tech sewing machines and gorgeous fabrics. But it is lovely until the light starts fading, and then it gets quite dark in there. But it's lovely, and you do get scones and cream and jam in the afternoon as well, brought to you. I mean, what's not to love about that? Okay, let's finish off with Strawberry Thief, another classic William Morris design. Oi, give me your strawberries. Imagine if that was a kind of regular recurring crime. You turn on the news, strawberry thief. Ah, bless you. Hillary's messaged in and said, with reference to the Larkspur fabric and Freddie Mercury, I want it all, I want it all, I want it all, and I want it now. Gosh, that was a terrible tune, wasn't it? Morning, Stuart and team. This is Fiona. How much do you charge for personal interior design services? Oh, Fiona, the price of a slice of cake. But who you really want is our fabulous producer, Ben, who is like Mr. Style. There he is. I mean, not sartorially, obviously. No, he does wear lovely clothes too. But his house that he's doing up is so stylish. Oh my goodness, it is absolutely beautiful. We'll send him round. We'll send him round. Okay, let's start off with an absolutely classic autumn colour palette here. This is UN 67. This is called Crimson, but again, this is very much those kind of deep, deep oranges and golds, blended with some lovely freshness in the green. Isn't that yummy? And there's the little strawberry thief with the strawberry in her beak. I mean, absolutely gorgeous for so many things. Great for quilting, of course, piecing and patchwork. But really lovely for bags. Really lovely for bags. Now, again, Christmases are coming. Can you imagine things like lovely baubles? We don't even have to sew them. You can get those ones, the polystyrene balls, where you sort of mark the lines with a butter knife and then cut the and push it in to the, have you seen that? And then you put kind of cord over the joins. Some lovely ideas out there, little folded patchwork, pinned on, beautiful, beautiful. Right, let's keep going anyway. I digress. I'm going to park my ideas for now. There's so many lovely inspiring things here though. This is VT64. Lovely fresh sort of eucalyptusy greens again. This is glowy, isn't it? It's got a lovely glow. Lovely glow. Lovely glow. My glow comes out of a tube, believe me. Next one, GN26. Actually, I've left my makeup bag somewhere and I can't find it. So this is whatever I could scrape together from the bottom of my suitcase. Yeah, it's true. So if you're wondering why I look a bit funny, lovely. Literally all that was in the bottom of my suitcase was a tub of Vaseline and a couple of nail polishes from Mary Kate and Ashley, and I've managed to make this. Now next one. Oh, I love this, I love this, I love this. This is EL23. Oh, you gotta make a little girl's dress out of this. A pinafore dress. Do you think, or a little blouse with a Peter Pan collar? Surely. I just think that's lovely. But I think a little pinafore dress, and then wear it with like a deep plum polo neck and woolly tights. Lovely. Ah, Fiona, bless you. She says, you look wonderful, Stuart. Thank you. It's amazing what you can do with a few bits and bobs in the bottom of a suitcase. Thank you. Now, next one again, glorious, glorious. This is CN83. I love colour on black. It just makes everything wow, doesn't it? Isn't that lovely? So zingy and vibrant. Now again, think about Christmas presents. Quilted pouches, quilted little bags. Yesterday we had Emma in with the Layla pouch. Just thinking that, quilted, made out of this. Lovely, with a nice fancy zip. Absolutely beautiful. And then just pop a little something inside, you know, a little bottle of bubble bath or something like that. Now next up, LE52. What do I want for Christmas? You know, I know it's a real cliche, but I think it's true, isn't it? We do all get to a certain stage in our life. We've kind of got everything materially. You know, it's, you know, that somebody might buy you. I don't need presents as such. I just love spending time with friends and family. And that really is what I like doing best at Christmas. Spending time with friends and family and lovely food. Lovely food, lovely cocktails. Fiona says, now where are my contact lenses? Stop it, Fiona. Oh, lovely. And again, mix that with a bit of gold braid. Do something special. Tree skirts again for Christmas. There's nothing Christmassy about these fabrics, and yet a lot of them are speaking to me of Christmas. They just are. Next one, GU76. This is a very, very classic coloration for Strawberry Thief. Very classic. Look at that. Isn't that yummy? And it's a smaller scale print. So you've got opportunities here for fussy cutting. You've got lovely, lots of lines of symmetry there. Lots of lines of symmetry. Isn't it gorgeous? Love it. I love it. And again, you can use this as your base, draw lots of colours from this to create your patchwork. Couple more. This one's CH79. This is a soft kind of bluish sage. And again, lovely and glowy. Fiery. Kind of fiery. It's the birds, isn't it? Next one, QT86. Who are you talking to? That's lovely, isn't it? I'd like to make something like, you know, a hexatui, or like a covered, like sewing box that you take the lid off and then it all opens out. You know, that kind of box that has this gorgeous fabric on the outside, and then maybe something like, I don't know, maybe like willow or actually Wiltshire shadow on the inside. Little pockets done in this as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Morning, Stuart. Could you show the Strawberry Thief in ebony and navy next to each other, please? I can't decide. Elaine, for you, anything, easily done. Right. So this is navy on my left. So this is the navy. And then I'm going to pop right next to it, same design in ebony. So navy, ebony. What's it to be? Oh, lovely. Gorgeous. Hope that helped, Elaine. Oh, another message, thank you. Oh yeah, of course. Stuart, can you put the 3 crimson William Morris fabrics together, please? Strawberry Thief, Larkspur and Willow. Many thanks, Karen. Yes, indeed, I can. Right, this is Larkspur in crimson. This is Strawberry Thief in crimson. And where are you hiding? Is there a there is a crimson willow, isn't there? I thought there was. Do you know that I don't think we have got it? Oh, is it Wiltshire Shadow? Sorry. Is it Wiltshire Shadow? No, we haven't had it sent up. What was the other one then? Can you just show the message again, please? And willow. Yeah, we haven't got the willow. So it's just those 2 in the crimson that we've got. Karen, sorry about that, but I hope that helps. Okay, one more Strawberry Thief. Oh, those pesky Strawberry Thieves. And this is ZJ91. And again, this has got that, I don't know, it's almost like country house fabrics, isn't it? Imagine something like a lampshade recovered in that. Bit of braid around the bottom edge, beautiful. Okay, lots of William Morris, lots of lovely Wiltshire Shadow as well. But we have got a couple of layer cakes that I want to share with you. Now, can I start, please, with Hope Blooms from Kansas Troubles. I'm just going to slide to the left, crisscross. Okay, just so I can show you these fabrics. Absolutely beautiful. I've used Kansas Troubles so many times in my quilt making. I really love them. They're those gorgeous country colours. Now, these are the kind, I'm often asked, what kind of quilts do you have at home, Stuart? It's quilts made out of fabrics like this. You'll have seen things like my log cabin, my tumbler quilt, my pineapple log cabin, and they're all in these sorts of fabrics. Lovely, rich, warm, kind of autumny colours. I just, you know, I love a home to feel cosy. Or certainly like the sort of sitting room, kitchen, those sort of rooms. Look at that lovely one. Isn't that pretty? And they're all quite small scale prints from Kansas Troubles. All of the ranges also always have this same palette. There's kind of deep greens, there's some black prints, there's lots of tan, there's kind of pumpkin and rust. There's some deep blue. I love that. Isn't that gorgeous? And so if you've ever bought any Kansas Troubles fabrics in the past, I'm pretty confident that's lush, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. That's Hope Blooms. Now, Moda layer cakes, you get 42 10-inch squares. 42 of them. Now, that's going to work. But if you bought today's early bird, which was the 2.5 meters of vanilla, shouldn't really be trusted to do things like this. Look at that. It's like, no, nobody, would anybody know? How will they know? How would they know? I think they're going to know. Okay, but if you bought the vanilla 2.5 meters, that would go beautifully with that layer cake. It would work so well. Talking of which, La Vie Bohème, not the lovely boy, as producer Ben thought it meant, the lovely boy. It means the bohemian life, which, let's face it, aren't we all living? Now, I use this to create a Christmas quilt. Again, there's nothing Christmassy about the range per se, but those colours, those golds, those deep madder reds, and that kind of, I don't know, frosty blue, just spoke to me and made me think of Christmas. And it depends what you do with it. Again, it would work really well perhaps with some of the Wiltshire Shadows. It would also work beautifully with today's early bird. You could also blend this perhaps with larkspur in crimson, would work really well. But also some of these sort of more bluey shades, that again, there are some lovely, like this one for example, this larkspur, would work absolutely perfectly, wouldn't it? It's bringing out those tans, those pearls, those blues. Gorgeous, a message, thank you very much. Thank you for showing the fabrics together. Had to get them all. Well, after your time, it would be naughty not to. Karen, I'm glad to be of some use. It's always good to have a bit of use. I could do that, I can iron for you, anything like that. Absolutely beautiful fabrics here, really lovely. Again, you get 42 10-inch squares. There's so much you can do with a layer cake. It's probably my favourite pre-cut of the kind of jelly roll charm pack layer cake. They are my favourites because I just feel there's a lot of versatility in a 10-inch square. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Adelle Rowland joins me, and we've got the first of 2 dressmaking hours, so don't go anywhere.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffer in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffer when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see. I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter Stay. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Hi, it's Yvonne here. As you all know, I was born in Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland, and we're getting to that point in the year whenever I get to go home. From the 1st of September, the Stormont Hotel in Belfast becomes the home of Quilt Fair, which is an event that together with my friends Margaret and Helen, we have reintroduced into the island of Ireland. We are really looking forward to this, our second event. We have retained many of the features that you liked from last year's show. We have those nice wide aisles, we have all those expert traders, and our free talks and demos in our schoolhouse. In addition, this year we have added our creative workshops, which Sewing Street have so generously sponsored for us. So this year we have added in 2 exhibitions. One of them, Old Roots, New Shoots, is from the Irish Patchwork Society. And the other exhibition is the work from our traders. It's entitled, This Is What We Do. So I really hope that I will see a lot of you there. We thank everyone for their continuing support in this venture that we have to create the best little quilt show in Ireland.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street. What a lovely morning we're having. Thanks for all your lovely, lovely messages that you've been sending in. And if you've got any questions that you'd like to ask a real dressmaking expert, we've got Adelle Rowland in the house today. Woohoo!
Hello!
How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. Very
now
good.
You're looking very chilled and relaxed. How are those summer holidays going?
Oh, it's been lovely. I go back to school next week. So next Thursday, so I'm starting to gear myself up now, ready to get back into things.
It's tough though, isn't it, after 6 weeks?
Yeah, well, it's been 5.5 weeks because we go back for inset.
Right.
But we got away for a family holiday as well, which was nice. So it's been really relaxed and chilled.
You're looking forward to getting back?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just find myself yearning to get back into the classroom, so yeah.
But lots of time over the summer for dressmaking.
Yes.
And you've been busy. Look at that gorgeous blouse that Adelle's wearing. That is the Sussex seamstress Lavant blouse, isn't it?
No, this is one for next one.
Sorry, yes it is.
It's fine. This is
That's
next
chilly.
show. Yeah, this is the Lavant, which is absolutely fabulous. And my mother-in-law is desperate for this pattern. She really likes this
beautiful
pattern.
Yes, look, getting mixed up. Yes, so we have got 2 gorgeous patterns from the Sussex seamstress that Adelle's going to be showing us elements of both, and so much beautiful fabric. Let me just start. Well, the Lavant blouse. Now, really different this. I think it's such a stylish top from Sussex seamstress. Now, size-wise, this comes in a really full range of sizes from 8 to 30, all included on the same pattern. Now, it's a lovely, thick cartridge paper pattern. It's the kind that you're going to be able to use again and again and again. Really good quality. Great tutorials as well, video tutorials for this.
Yeah, inside the booklet there's actually a QR code, and if you don't know how to use a QR code, you just get your camera open, scan it over here, and then it takes you straight to the website, and it's got lots of extra tips. If you're a little bit unsure about one particular part, head to there.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And I've watched lots of Sussex seamstress videos, and they are so super useful, kind of guide you through every process. If you don't have a smartphone and the idea of scanning a QR code, it's like, what? I get that. You can just go to the Sussex seamstress website and you can find the videos there as well. Do it old school like me. All right, so that is the Sussex seamstress Lavant blouse. And I mean, it is such a stylish piece, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's a really flattering piece because it's got a V-neck, but it doesn't come down so far that you feel like it's going to reveal anything. So it sits really nice sort of on your breastbone there. And then it's got this gathered section here. Now the gathered doesn't go all the way around, so it's not a flounce, but it just adds some detail there. And then like almost creates an illusion of your waist, and then it goes out and it's nice and roomy over the hips. And also check out the sleeves, loads of room in those sleeves, so
Really
no
lovely,
tight
aren't they?
cuffs, no big gathers. It's just a really simple sort of bell sleeve.
Yeah.
The only shaping to this is our princess seams, and I think princess seams are really flattering to
Really
the body.
pretty, and I love the way they go
Yeah.
all the way down actually to the hemline as well.
Yeah.
You're going to show us how to do this today, aren't
Yeah,
you?
we're going to talk about the princess seams and this gather here today.
Now, just a quick question, Adelle,
Yep.
about the Lavant blouse. It's shown there in enzyme washed linen,
Yep.
which gives it, I don't know, it almost takes blouse into, I don't know, it kind of almost into other territory.
Yeah, so it's almost like you could wear this with a little vest top underneath,
Underneath,
and
yeah,
layer it
layer.
up. It's a really versatile blouse because it all depends on what fabric you're going to choose. If
So
you
what
choose-
else might you use?
So you could use a lighter weight fabric. She offers some ideas here. So chambray, light denim. I know you've got some chambray coming up in the next hour. Light cotton, so a cotton lawn would be nice.
Beautiful.
But then it also talks about linen and then viscose as well. So you've got some viscose. So
Yeah.
there is a wide scope of fabrics that you can use for
Because
this.
depending on what fabric you use, it could be very light, floaty,
Yep.
delicate, or like in the enzyme washed viscose, it's almost got the look, I don't want to say outerwear, but it is almost the kind of thing you could put over the top of.
Yeah, so say you're sat in
Very
an office
versatile.
and the aircon's going to be on all year round.
Yeah.
This is a nice alternative to wearing a jumper. If
Mm-hmm.
you make it in this sort of nice, well, I wouldn't say thicker, I'd say how would you put it? It is a heavier weight.
more structured.
Yes, more structured linen. Then it does give that sort of extra layer effect. But I think it's a really beautiful
It
pattern.
is, it's gorgeous. I've got to tell you though, a quarter of the stock of the pattern has already gone. Well done if you've got it. It's a great price, $15.50 for 8 to 30 size. Absolutely brill. Carolyn from West Midlands has made a really good point. I think if you extended the panel at the front, this could make a superb maternity top.
Yeah.
It's a lovely idea, isn't it?
Absolutely. So this panel here, if you just made that slightly wider so that you've got a bigger gather,
Yep.
yeah, it could be roomier for a maternity top as well. It's a really,
It's a really
great
nice idea,
yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, I do love that sort of little detail on the front. It's ever so clever, isn't it? Because what your eye is drawn to is that straight line, which is narrow and kind of brings everything
Yes.
in. But then you've got this wonderfully flattering frill. Well,
Yeah.
not frill, but kind of gather under it.
Yeah, and then also it doesn't go all the way around, so it's not going to add volume to your
Hips,
waistline and
back.
to your hips.
Right.
So it then still skims over the hips at the back, but you've got this nice illusion at the front that that's where your waist is, isn't it? Just under the bust.
Yeah, and it's a pretty detail, isn't
Yeah.
it, as well? Love the neckline too. Oh, loving that. The Lavant Sussex seamstress blouse. So many of these in baskets. It's really, I'm amazed to be saying this so early on in the show, but it is in absolute danger of selling out. If you want to grab your Lavant blouse, I'd do it now. Adelle's going to give us loads of tips and sewing tutorials on how to sew things like those princess seams. So I'm going to get through onto the next pattern so that you've got loads of time.
Yes.
You need loads of time today.
Oh, well, we've got two
Always.
patterns.
Okay. Yeah, right. Thanks for the two patterns. The Hamsey skirt is next. Now, I did this with Adam
yeah.
Brooks, a few months ago. It's a gorgeous skirt, this. It's got a yoke. Which I think is really flattering. You've got that button detailing as well, running down the yoke at the side. Really, really pretty. This is shown in, is that a jersey?
No, so this is a viscose.
Viscose.
And it's a wrap skirt
Hello.
Yeah, it's a wrap skirt, but you've got the buttons here. Now, if you do want extra coverage, those buttons can easily be extended all the way down. So I really like this detail. And like you said, there's a yoke. So we have a flat portion across sort of the tummy area, and then the gathers begin later on, because I know some people feel very conscious about having gathers around here because it adds extra volume, but the gathers actually come around sort of after the hips, which give a really nice illusion. I want to make this one.
It is, it's lovely, isn't it? Lovely in viscose.
Yes.
Other fabrics that would be suitable?
Yep, so let's have a look at the pattern.
Yep.
Oh, I've got the pattern here. So yeah, you could again use lightweight cotton, denim, chambray. We talked earlier, didn't we? Maybe a thicker denim would give that really nice structured look.
Yeah.
The only thing is, just be aware that if you're using a thicker fabric, obviously those gathers are going to be a little bit more difficult to manoeuvre and manipulate in. But I think a nice denim skirt would look gorgeous.
I agree. I agree. Just to sort of very slightly heavier weight than shirting denim.
Yes, yeah. So you don't want it like jeans weight.
No.
No, not that heavy, but like a medium weight.
4 ounce? No, 8 ounce.
Maybe
4 ounce.
yeah,
4
or
ounce
6. I know you've had a 6 ounce on before where I've made a dress out of that, and that gives a nice structure, but it isn't too heavy and too dense for those gathers. But yeah, a nice plain denim skirt would look gorgeous with nice winter boots, tights, and a big chunky jumper.
Oh, you're selling the dream, Adelle. That sounds gorgeous. Kicking leaves in the forest. Knockout. Well, the Sussex seamstress Hamsey skirt is beautiful, and it's a great kind of wear all that round the year, depending on the fabric. Really adaptable, and so many different looks depending on whether you're picking something plain, something patterned, maybe even something like, would a fine needle cord work?
Oh yes, I wouldn't go with a big chunky one,
No,
but
really
a really
fine,
nice fine
soft.
one. Yes. Oh gosh, that would be gorgeous.
Yeah, in like a kind of deep teal.
Or like a deep maroon.
Mustard, maroon.
Oh.
We're ready for autumn, Adelle, I'm
Yeah,
telling
we are.
you. It's because you're going back to school. I was always the same when I was a teacher. As soon as it hit September, it's like, where are the pumpkins?
Yeah, well, I've had a pumpkin spice latte already, so yeah, I'm
Stop it, you're not allowed to say that until September the 1st. A message from Shirley. Good morning. Do you think I could make the Lavant pattern into a dress with perhaps a viscose fabric? Shirley in Suffolk. I think that's a smashing idea.
Yeah, so what you could do is you could carry these lines down, or you could add an extra panel around. So what you could do really is take this further down, and then that gather could become the whole skirt. So I always love hacking patterns. I don't see the point of having one pattern, only making one outfit and then never using it again. I might make fabric patterns in different fabrics, but I might also change my pattern. I'm all for that.
Yeah, it's a
All for
lovely
that,
idea,
yes.
gorgeous. If you do it, please send us pictures.
Yes.
Some lovely messages for you. Tracy says, could you do the skirt yoke in denim and the gathered part in a lighter fabric such as cotton?
Oh,
Lovely.
yes.
Like
Or
that.
even mix your colour denims.
That would be nice.
Yes.
That would be lovely. Jane says, morning Adelle and Stuart. And Jane's read that comment as well about doing the gathered skirt in a different fabric and said, Tracy Parker, nice.
Yes.
Yeah, great idea. Get you, Adelle, with the head to toe style advice. Love it. Skirt could be boho if you mixed fabrics. That's from Lucy in Lincolnshire.
Well, this is the beauty of dressmaking, is I don't really follow fashion, sort of what's out there, what's in the shops. I always follow what I feel comfortable in. And we were talking earlier, weren't we, that I've been making a certain dress that I've had for a few years, and then all of a sudden it's all on the high street this year. So I think dressmaking, it gives you power to choose what you want to wear, not what necessarily someone's telling you to wear.
It really does. It really does. I heard the most wonderful quote the other day from one of my favourite people in the whole world, Dolly Parton, who said in an interview years ago, oh, I would never stoop so low as to be fashionable. Why, anybody can do that. And I just thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Know your style, follow your style, Be true to yourself. Absolutely gorgeous. It is the beauty of dressmaking. This is the Hamsey skirt from Sussex Seamstress. And again, same as before, if you go onto the Sussex Seamstress website, you can find a whole host of videos that accompany the pattern that will guide you through every step. And I've watched loads of them. They are super. If you've never done dressmaking before, with Adelle's demos on the show today, which you can watch back to your heart's content, and Sussex Seamstress's videos, you really will be guided right through the process. And the pattern's great, right?
Yeah, I've made quite a few Sussex Seamstress patterns now, and the pattern gives you, like, it holds your hand all the way through, gives you every little bit of detail. The illustrations are fantastic, and like you say, the videos are great.
Yep.
Because I'm a visual person, I like to see things being done. So seeing the videos is a really good
It's such a boon.
Yeah.
It's such a boon, isn't it? And you can watch them again and again.
Yeah.
And of course, if the video doesn't exactly connect with you, you can always use YouTube or watch previous videos from Sewing Street and find a video that makes sense for you. Now then, let's have a look at some gorgeous fabric. We've got some great fabrics. Enzyme wash linen, this is WJ48, 2.5 meters of fabric. Really suitable, this one, for the Lavant blouse. Gorgeous colour as well. It's kind of like a chartreuse. $33.99 for 2.5 metre bundle. Enough to make the largest size.
Yep.
Awesome.
And I love green.
It's beautiful,
Yes.
isn't it? But it looks great on you too. This next one you're demoing with SJ47. This is lovely.
Yeah,
Check
it's a really
that
nice
out.
lightweight linen, isn't it?
That is lovely. That is really lovely. Love the colours in there. And I love that it's got a little bit of a slub to the weave as well, which is really nice. Nice texture. $23.99. It's a brilliant price.
Oh, for the whole lot?
2.5 metres.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We were saying yesterday, it's actually finally becoming cheaper to do your own dressmaking than to go out and buy something, isn't it, sometimes?
Absolutely.
And then this one right here. Now, is this a viscose?
Yeah.
This suitable for the Levant?
Yeah, like we said before, if you did a drapier fabric, it would give more of a floatier feel.
This
so
is
it would be beautiful.
GN72. Yeah, liking that. Let me just show you that. That's kind of a blue paisley. It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. Now, we were talking earlier on about boho.
And paisley is a print that never goes
It's true.
out.
It's true.
Always there. It's beautiful.
Is that $13.99 per metre, or is that for the whole? Is it? Are you kidding me? $13.99 for 2.5 metres.
You normally pay 1 metre for that, don't you?
Let me just check the code is right. EJ21. Yeah, it is. Oh, $13.99 for 2.5 metres. Guess what's going to be the first sellout, everybody? Yeah, I think it could be that. Do you want to do the other 3 fabrics quickly? Okay, right. So this is also a viscose. This is KX31. 2.5 metre. Oh, I love this. That's really nice. So this would be suitable for the skirt as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this is what I'm using today to make the skirt.
Oh, that's lush.
And it will give this sort of feel.
$13.99 for 2.5 metres.
Oh, and as well, the print is beautiful and the colours are really quite vibrant.
Yeah.
That's a perfect autumn fabric.
It is, isn't it? Now this next one, this feels like a linen mix. This is JU90. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, we have, haven't we? That's lovely. Now that would be lovely for the Hamsey. No.
I would say both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah. I would say all of these
Linen
fabrics
rayon.
would be perfect for both.
Yeah, yeah. You could mix and match.
Yeah.
Again, $23.99. It's just superb value, isn't it? For 2.5 metres. You might even be thinking, neither of them. I've got another pattern at home that this would be perfect for. So this is, okay, thank you. Oh, that's a bit of all right. That's a linen rayon as well. Again, either.
Yeah.
Skirt or blouse.
So I always, if I don't know what I'm going to do with the project, but I want to buy some fabric, I always buy about 2.5 metres to 3 metres because that would be suitable for any dressmaking pattern, like skirt, a fancy top or shirt, anything.
Yeah. We've got 4 more fabrics Are we okay just to go I'm conscious of the time. FD70, this is again enzyme washed linen in that beautiful colour that's been used for the sample. $33.99, so a bit more structured, this one. Then next up, I'm going to try and give you the proper code. Yeah, go on. Great. Oh, that's lovely. Again, $13.99 for 2.5 metres.
Now, navy and black. Some people say never put navy and black together. Ignore that.
Love
I think
it.
navy and black looks really nice.
Oh gosh,
together.
it really makes the colours pop.
Yeah, it does. It makes the navy
Beautiful.
stand out rather than being like a staple colour.
That's right. FD31, this is soft and gorgeous. Again, $13.99. Oh, honestly, everyone, I'd be stocking up your stash while you can.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's supposed to be $13.99 per metre.
Well, that's how much normally a metre of viscose is, isn't it?
I'll give you 3 guesses how much the last one is for 2.5 metres. $13.99. Gorgeous. Okay, grab them quick while you can. They're going to fly. All right, let's go.
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to show you the whole outfit today, but what I'm going to do is concentrate on certain parts of each of the outfits. So the first one is this pattern here. I'm going to look at the yoke and the fact that it has a beautiful waistband as well. So we have the waistband that is interface, because with this being quite floaty fabric, you still need some stability around the waistline because you don't want it to fold over and be uncomfortable. So we're going to look at that, and then we'll look at the neckline and the front panel with there.
Perfect.
Okay. So there's quite a few pieces that can get a little bit mixed up here, because the yoke has a right and a left and also a back, and then the waistband has a right and a left, also a back, and you interface some, but you don't interface all. Okay, so let me talk about the waistband first. Okay, you've got a back, and because it's a wrap, one of your sides is going to be longer than the other. Okay, so again, this is where the brilliant instructions come in. Okay, so if we've got here, I love illustrations. I look at the illustrations more than I actually look at the words.
I do the same.
Yeah, because I can visualize what I'm going to be doing. So it tells us that we've got the left front waistband is smaller, our right front waistband is larger, but this is the non-interfaced. Now be careful, because the interfaced, the right and the left are opposite ways round, okay? Because these are going to be mirrors of each other, and they're going to go on top of each other, and then we're going to sew along there, all right? So I've already sewn my interfaced one on. We just want a lightweight interfacing, okay? And as you can see, I'm not exactly neat with my interfacing. What I do is I cut my piece out, lay my piece on the interfacing, and then cut round. Because all of this extra will be taken out and it will be enclosed in the seam. So don't spend too long getting it absolutely perfect. Now, to finish this, Adam used his overlocker to finish this along here. But you could use pinking shears, you could use the zigzag stitch on your machine. Don't be worried that you have to have an overlocker for this.
Lots of sewing machines now have an over-edge stitch on them anyway, don't they? And a foot that goes with.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to finish that seam today, just purely because I want to get on. That is our interfaced. And now, as you can see, this is where the confusion can be, because I'm doing the opposite to the non-interfaced. Whereas we've got the long side, that side, here we've actually got the short side, and then we've got the long side over there. Let me just pull that into camera, as you can see.
So that's because they wrap over each other.
They wrap over each other, and these are mirrors of each other. So this eventually will go on top of that, so you want it to be the opposite way round. Okay, so what I would recommend, actually, is all your pattern pieces do have clear descriptions of what they are, but obviously once that comes off, your piece of fabric looks like, which piece is it?
Sure.
You might want to get another tiny piece of fabric, paper, just right back and put it on. Or you can use a pen, a chalk pen, and just write on your piece of fabric so that you don't mix up what they are.
Great tip.
Okay. But don't ever be worried either, because your seam ripper doesn't mean you've gone wrong, it just means you're taking your extra time to do it.
Yeah, for sure.
Now it's a centimetre seam allowance on this. Always pay attention to each pattern, because each pattern from different companies do have, is that plugged in? Yeah, may have different seam allowances.
Yes. Is it 1 centimetre?
This one is a 1 centimetre. The one that we do later, again, it's a different one. So always make sure that you read the pattern clearly and look for what the seam allowance is. And also, on terms of measuring yourself, even if you've used the 6 seamstress patterns before, still make sure that you measure yourself.
Yeah.
Don't just assume that, oh, I made a 12 or a 14 last time, I'll be that this time. Always make sure that you measure yourself. Okay, so I've sewn those two together, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one on top of the other, right sides to right sides. Okay, and what I'm going to do is join up my side seams first, make sure they are in line, because then everything else will fall in place. Go along, and I'm just going to pin all the way there. Then what we're going to do is sew along this top line.
Okay.
Okay. Then we'll fold it over, press this, and then this is going to be attached to the yoke. Now, none of this will be seen. It's not a waistband that actually goes above and sort of sits around your waist. It's on the inside, really.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, no, the outside is. I couldn't tell because the fabric just, you can't even see where that waistline is. But I'm really excited. I'd like to make this pattern for myself for, like you say, the autumn time.
Oh, yeah.
Because I've got quite a lot of dresses and not enough separates. So I want to make a few more separates
But you
for
need
myself.
things that you can wear with layers and sweaters and things like that, don't you?
Because I'm really getting into my knitting and crochet. So I've making myself a little wrap cardigan at the moment, and I do need just those extra pieces in my wardrobe that would fit with all of that.
Yeah, always. Oh, Danielle's got in touch to say, morning both, I'm just setting in the second sleeve to my Mimi blouse. That's actually what Adelle's wearing.
Yes.
It's from Tilly Warren's book, Love at First Stitch, which we've got coming up at 11. Adelle's Facebook post yesterday made me do it. We'll update you with progress later.
Brilliant. Oh, that's so lovely. I'm really excited to show you this blouse in a little bit more detail later. But yeah, I had a lot of comments saying, oh, I've never even considered this one. And they've gone on and done it. Oh, that's brilliant.
You just got to see these things made sometimes, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's like the Lavant blouse. It looks so different. Made up in linen, it looks completely different, made up in a viscose, you know, which is brilliant because it means that the pattern can be used again and again and again, different times of year, different looks.
Yeah, me and my mother-in-law, when we received this pattern from Sewing Street, she instantly fell in love with it, and straight away I went on into Instagram, I went on to the Sussex Seamstress page, and we looked for all the different versions, and there's so many nice little ones that are in different fabrics, and she wants one now, so I'll be making her one.
Press?
Yes. So that's my waistband done. Before I press that, I'm just going to show the yoke. Again, it is made up of a long piece and a short piece, and then you've got your back piece. Now on here, we've only got to interface the edges of the front pieces because that's where the buttonholes and the buttons fit. There's no need to interface everything. So all I'm going to do is sew down here, sew down here. There we go. And also, a lot of people try and make the statement of their outfit as their top. Well, what about making a statement with your skirts and having a lovely skirt with a lovely print and then just a plain top on the top?
Yeah, I like that. I like that idea very much. Well, you can mix and match, can't you?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's nice to have a bolder top, sometimes it's nice to have a bolder skirt.
Yeah. Go.
Like you say, with the sort of winter boots and really nice. But it's also a skirt that would work really well for summer as well, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely, because the skirt made out of this fabric would be brilliant with a little vest top, just for the summer to go round. Right, so I'm just going to press this over, and then we'll attach it to the yoke. And when I started dressmaking, I didn't know what a yoke was.
Right.
Because unless you're pulling a garment apart, you don't realise all those extra touches, do you?
No. No, I think a lot of us go through life just kind of putting on clothes and not even really looking at how they're made or what they're made of and the different effects it has on our body.
Yeah.
What flatters us, what doesn't flatter us. I mean, we know if something looks wrong,
Yeah.
but
And
not necessarily why.
No, and this yoke sort of flatters that area that, I'm quite conscious of that area, sort of the tummy area, that the gathers don't sit on there.
Yeah.
So it doesn't create extra volume.
Well, I thought it made absolute sense what you said about if you've got the gathers literally going over tummy, hips, they are going to create extra fullness there. You might want that look, but you might not.
No, so it's nice that you've still got the gathers, but the gathers are in a place that it's more flattering to the body. So I'm just going to quickly, yes, there we go. Right, so we need to have our yoke, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put our waistband on. Okay, now what's important here is there's going to be 1 centimetre of your yoke hanging over, okay, because when we fold it over, it's going to allow us to have 1 centimetre of the bottom of the waistband, creating a fold.
Oh, to neaten
okay,
it.
to neaten it up. So that's how Sussex Seamstress tells you to finish it off, but like Adam's done, you can just finish it off, and because this is quite delicate fabric, that won't irritate you as it's sitting there. It'll be absolutely fine.
So you can just overlock it.
Yes, you can just overlock it on. Okay, now this is the weird thing, look, I've got a curve there, but as I flip it, my curve goes the wrong way. All right, all that you've got to do is find, it tells you here, find the seams first, because don't forget as well, we're going to fold over that edge, because that's going to become our button placket. Okay, so if I show you here, look, we've got the side seam there, but this part here doesn't go all the way to the end. That's going to be folded over later
we
on.
don't need to panic.
No, you don't need to panic that we've got an extra bit there.
I was panicking then, Adele.
Oh, you don't need to panic, just calm and just read the instructions.
You know that happens though, doesn't it?
Yes.
I've been like that so many times when I've been making patterns up and I've thought, why don't these bits join? Because I'm used to patchwork where like all the bits join and everything's the same length, and you know, it's a different sort of thing.
It is. So I'm just going to attach this and then we'll get on to the next project, the next pattern.
Awesome.
But this yoke is a really pretty feature to this pattern. There we go.
Nice comment from Fiona, who says, viscose is such a lovely fabric. When we first went to Florida, we took a lot of t-shirts, then following visits had blouses made of viscose or linen. It was so much cooler and smarter to wear.
Yes.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and they may crease in your bag, but the one thing, I took a lot of viscose on holiday with me, is as soon as I got to my hotel, I just got them straight out and hung them up, and then the creases dropped out. Or go and take them into the bathroom with you when you're having a shower, and then the creases will drop out.
Fantastic.
So,
no need to take that travel iron.
no, I didn't bother with an iron on holiday. I do enough of that at home.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Fab, love it. Now then, keep going through for the fabric bundles, won't you? They're proving extremely popular. Many of them have sold out, actually.
There we go. Have you managed to get away this summer?
No, no. We are starting to talk about Australia now.
Where are you going?
Yeah, well, we're just starting to make sort of little tentative. I keep mentioning it, you know. It's difficult with the farm.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because the time of year that we would go is just the sort of time of year when there'll be lots of newborn lambs and lots of newborn kids.
So you go springtime?
Yeah, kind of January, February, that sort of time is lovely.
Yeah, I'm going next year to
are
Australia.
you? Where to?
Brisbane. My stepsister's getting married.
Yeah.
So she's had to put it off because of COVID. We should have gone in 2019.
Right.
But I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, gosh,
Where would you like to visit?
Well, it'll be going back to, I think, probably either Western Australia, kind of Perth and Margaret River, Swan Valley, that kind of thing. Or maybe go back to New South Wales, actually. It's years since we've been to Sydney and all around there, which is very, very lovely.
Oh, you're going to have to give me tips.
Yeah, of course I will.
Because
Tell you all the
never
places
been.
to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, you'll love it. And Brisbane is beautiful. You have to go to the koala sanctuary.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've got you can't really cuddle the koalas anymore, but you used to be able to pay to have a photograph taken with the koala. And I've got this particular photograph of me holding a koala, and the koala is going like this. I mean, literally.
Like, get away from me!
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, it's probably right that they've stopped doing pictures. But it is gorgeous, really lovely. And hire a car.
Yes, so what we're planning on doing is what we had planned before was going to Brisbane for the wedding and then drive all the way down the coast to Sydney. But this time the wedding's a little bit later on in my summer holiday, so we're going to go into Sydney and then drive up to Brisbane and do Byron Bay and all
lovely.
that.
Yeah, Hunter Valley,
yes.
Blue Mountains.
Yep.
I went horse riding in the Blue Mountains. And I was riding along, and I hadn't seen a kangaroo.
Oh.
And we'd been twice, and I'd never seen a kangaroo. And I was riding along through the forest, and suddenly I heard this thump, thump, thump. And I looked down at the side of me, and there was a koala keeping pace with the horse as we rode through.
A kangaroo.
Kangaroo, sorry.
Oh, wow.
It was absolutely incredible. It was incredible.
Oh.
Yeah. Nearly came off because I was like so busy, like, wow, look at that.
Oh, we'll have the girls with us, so we're going to do all sort of the Australia Zoo and things like that. So really looking forward to it. Okay, so I finished the yoke, so we'll just have a look at how this looks and then we'll get on to the blouse. Okay, so I've just pressed it over just to give that, to show you what that looks like. Obviously I would normally spend a little bit more time with this, but as you can see we've got the waistband there, we've got the yoke, that will go over to there, and then we'll have some buttonholes here, and then that will give you that wrap.
Gorgeous.
And then our gather goes on the bottom there.
Style advice please, Adele.
Yes.
What kind of buttons, what colour, what style?
So like this, I would go really big.
Yep.
Big brown or big black chunky buttons.
Nice.
I think you need a good button, not a small button like this. A nice big
statement
chunky
button.
Yes, absolutely.
Gorgeous. Loving that fabric. I'm going to assume that fabric is completely sold out. Yes. Basically all of the fabric sold out. Yeah, more or less. Okay, great. Okay, that's the Lavant blouse pattern. Just to give you a little stock update on that as well. Let me give you a rough idea. Remember, you get sizes 8 to 30. We've got 3 left. We've got three left. Yeah.
Oh, it is a lovely pattern.
Jump to the website if you want to get that. That's the easiest and quickest way. Right, now we're moving on. Sorry. We've just done Hamsey skirt. Now we're going to go on to the Lavant blouse, aren't we? Okay,
yes.
Gorgeous.
So we did the Hamsey skirt, the Lavant blouse, and the blouse, like I said before, has this beautiful panelled feature at the front. So what we're going to talk about is the neckline here. We're going to talk about putting that bottom panel on and then putting the side panels on.
Great.
Okay. So you do have 2 of the front upper panels. Okay, so there's 2 of these. Now that isn't a mistake because there isn't any facing on this. This whole panel is the facing.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
So it's kind of that part of the blouse is lined.
Yeah. So there isn't. I'm going to pull it all apart. Look here. but there's 2 parts here, there's only 1 part there.
Got you.
All of this is double. Okay, now with it being on a V, we have to be really careful that this isn't going to stretch out. So what I've done is I've put a thin strip, you can't really see it because it's white on white, but a thin strip of interfacing along there, okay, because I just don't want that to stretch out and then give a distorted, because I want that to be nice and flat and sit on.
It's got to sit properly on your collarbone, hasn't it?
Yes. So I've got 1 piece there. The next piece we're going to have right sides to right sides.
Did you interface the other piece as well?
No, it only says to interface 1 piece. Okay. Because otherwise I think it would be too stiff. When you fold it in, it won't give that nice. It's a bit like when we had the waistband, you only interface 1 side. The same with this collar, we only interface 1 side. Okay, so this is right sides to right sides, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew down this V. Then when I get to this bottom point here, I'm going to keep the needle down but lift up the foot, pivot, and then back up there. Okay, so let's go for this. Now again, it's a centimetre seam allowance.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, Lynn said, oh, Adelle, your trip will be amazing. We've done that a couple of times when my sister lived in Caloundra, north of Brisbane. Great demo this morning.
Oh.
We love our dressmaking mornings here.
Oh, I love coming in. We were talking earlier, weren't we? Like this, I can't wait to get more people dressmaking.
Yeah.
And if me being on here has inspired anybody, that makes me more excited. I think it's the teacher in me.
You inspire so many people. I mean, let's not forget, who is it now? Somebody.
Oh, who's making the Mimi blouse? Yes.
Is on her second sleeve of the Mimi blouse because of your Facebook post. You definitely inspire people.
Aww. So I'm just going to snip into this V, because when I fold this over, I want that to be able to fold in, okay? Don't go right down to the bottom. You just want to go almost a couple of millimetres, okay? We're going to fold that over and then give this a really, really good press, okay? Now this can be a little bit fiddly because you've got that V, so just take your time when you're pressing this and really get that seam nice and flat.
You want that to be immaculate, don't you, that V? It's got to be really smart.
Yeah.
Good question here. Christine's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous people. Adelle, do you think that the frilled blouse would be okay for a larger lady with an apple shape like me?
Yeah, that's what I think is really great about this panel here, because it creates the illusion of a waistline there, okay? But it's comfortable for somebody that has an apple silhouette, because there is no pulling or tightness with that. Okay, it's still a loose tunic, but we've got that feature there that sort of brings almost the illusion of the waistline.
I think it's so clever, that straight line that goes across the middle there. That is the bit, even though there's a frill underneath, which you think your eye would be more drawn to that, my eye is very much drawn to that straight line, which really narrows in and emphasises.
Yes, it gives you that feature that you've got the bust and then the narrow part under the bust and then the comfortable over the hips. So that's what's brilliant about the Sussex seamstress. She understands a woman's body for the masses, that we're not all model shapes, that we're not all a perfect size 10 or size 12. We all have those parts of our body that we're not too happy about. So it really does flatter the body.
In the real world, isn't it? Yeah,
absolutely.
For real bodies.
Yeah. So I've already done the gathering stitches on this lower, just so that we could get through enough of this within the show. So I'm just going to show you that to do the gathering stitches, all I did is went to the longest stitch length that I've got on the machine. This was a 4. And with delicate fabric like this, it almost gathers itself. Okay, so all I've got to do now is just distribute those gathers out. Okay. Now I always say as well, if you're a little bit unsure, will it flatter your body? Go on like Instagram, go on the Sussex Street Seamstress's Instagram page and look through, because she shows people, real people wearing her patterns. So you can see a variety of different people in that pattern. That's what I did with my mother-in-law. I do love it. We have a lovely sewing chatter. And I was like, oh, I like this fabric here. Right.
It's the wonderful thing about how popular dressmaking has become now, and with things like Instagram and Pinterest, you can see real women, real dressmakers, and exactly as you said, how they look in these garments. You know, and think, well, I'm about the same size and shape. You know, love it on her.
That's going to look fabulous on me.
Yay.
Yeah. So I've just pinned this gathering piece here. So let me show you what that will look when we've done that. So that is this part here. We don't add that on at the end. That comes on before we put our princess seams in.
Understood.
Okay. So I've got 2 lines of gathering stitches, and I'm just going to go along here. Now, if you can see your gathering stitches after, you simply just pull them out.
Right.
Let's finish along here. Now, you are sewing both the facing and the front panel here. So there's 3 pieces of fabric. So if you've got something that's a little bit more slippery, you might want to have tacked these 2 pieces together along those sides.
Fiona, I know exactly what you're saying. If Fiona sent a message, and I was thinking about this myself earlier on, but I didn't quite make the connection. The old cheesecloth tops way back had that seam line which flattered anybody.
Yeah. And you've got some double gauze coming up later,
We have.
which would go well with this pattern.
Yes, it would. Next hour.
Yeah. So
Next hour.
there's lots of fabrics in that hour as well that will go with this pattern. Okay, so I've put that front panel on. Now I can see my stitching line there. Later on I'm going to take that out. If you've got time now, you can take that out yourself. Then we're going to attach our side panels. So we've got princess seams, so there's no bust darts. All the shape comes from this seam. Okay, now have a look at this. This is where we go, oh gosh, that's never going to work, because here we've got a curve, whereas here we don't have much of a curve. This is where all of your notches come in, okay? Because you've got to get those notches done first, and then we ease and put the rest of that in on the curve.
So don't ignore the notches on the pattern?
No, please don't ignore the notches, especially when you've got a princess seam, because you're trying to put 2 curves in together that want to fight against each other.
Gotcha.
So do not ignore the notches here.
No, they're on the pattern for a reason, aren't they?
Yes. And we've talked before, haven't we, how we differ in how we put our notches. So I am terrible. I do notch into the seam. But if you're a little bit more conscious of, well, you might have to fit the pattern. So if you know that you want to maybe take it out at certain parts, you might want to just put a little tailor's tack or a little chalk mark where that's going to be, or even a little triangle on the outside. Yeah.
That's what I always did, because that's what it sort of shows on the pattern.
Yeah.
It was only when I did sewing bee that I saw people clipping the V inwards, and I thought, oh, is that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
You know, it's difficult, isn't it, if that is your only kind of education.
Yeah.
You see people doing all sorts. You think, which is the right way?
Well, there is no right or wrong way. It's whatever way suits you.
Yeah.
And that fits for you. So I've put all my pins down here, and as you can see, it almost now doesn't want to sit flat, because we're creating this 3D structure from 2 pieces of flat fabric. So let's do this, and then you'll see this beautiful outfit coming together. There we go. I'm just going along. Now, as we go to the curve, just take your time, because you don't want it to pucker up underneath, okay? So really just make sure that those seams are nice and flat with each other. because you don't want any tucks here, because you're going to have to unpick all of it to come
you
back
want
round.
that seam to be really nice and smooth, don't
Yeah,
you?
absolutely. Okay, so as you can see, I'm just holding it with my fingers and sort of manipulating it. I've got a little tuck there, so I'm just going to relieve the pressure with my foot, just to allow the fabric to release itself, and then I can carry on sewing.
Fab. A message from Joanne. Morning, Stuart and Adele. Loving the show and the patterns. Can I please ask where Adele got her top, or which pattern it is? Big love, Joanne. Well, it's funny you should ask, Adele.
Yep, because it's coming up at 11 o'clock, this exact fabric and pattern, so you'll be able to make your own.
You may remember when I did the sewing bee, there was a very talented dressmaker on there called Tilly Walnes, and she has gone on to write a number of really fantastic books. In the 11 o'clock hour with Adele, we've got her very first book, which was called Love at First Stitch, and the Mimi blouse that Adele is wearing now is from that book. So it's amazing value, because you get loads of patterns in a book, which is, as you said, like an absolutely brilliant, if you've never done dressmaking before, if you want some simple patterns, it's fabulous.
Yeah, and even if you're an experienced dressmaker, it's a brilliant book, because the patterns, do you know what, sometimes I just want an easy pattern to follow.
Yeah.
I don't want a complicated blouse, and this blouse, especially the collar, is easy peasy.
Yeah, and it looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
Love it.
There we go. So I've done this side seam, okay, let's move that out the way so that we can see it properly.
Must fit for a princess.
Oh, I love this. It's really beautiful. And it's going to be comfortable, because this is a lightweight but breathable fabric.
Yeah.
So this would be really nice for a holiday, a last minute holiday. Oh, I've just come off one and dreaming of another.
Of course, that's what you do on the plane home, isn't it? Plan the next one.
So here we've got our side seam, and as you can see, look, this does not want to sit flat. Now, if you do have a fuller bust, what I would recommend is that you make a toile of this first, just this part here.
Yep.
Then what I want you to do is put it on your body and think, do I need a full bust adjustment? Do I need to extend this seam? There's loads of tutorials online of how to extend that princess seam to make it into a full bust adjustment. But if I just put this on me now, look, as you can see now, that just wants to sit across the body.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Really nicely. And again, that sits just where my waist part is. So I've got the bust, the waist, and then it creates the flatter. But I don't have the fullness of the gather all the way around.
No, absolutely. It's just perhaps where you want it.
Just where I want it.
And not where you don't.
No.
Gorgeous. Love it.
Brilliant.
That fabric's fab, isn't it?
Yes.
Have a look on the web for what is left of the fabric. There are a couple of them left. Most have sold out, but we do have a few bundles left. Each one 2.5 meters, perfect for either the Lavant blouse or the Hamsey skirt. Oh, Adele, you do democratise dressmaking. You make it so accessible.
Well, it is. I think what frightens people with dressmaking is it's a huge garment, whereas when you're quilting you can do small blocks, and if it hasn't worked you can take your time, whereas with dressmaking you're putting long and big pieces together. But it's not difficult, just take one step at a time.
Yeah.
Find beginner patterns that work for you as well.
Fabulous.
Build your confidence up.
It's all about what you choose, isn't it?
Yes.
Good pattern, great fabric,
Yep.
awesome. Thank you so much. We've had
Thank
so many
you.
lovely comments for you. We'll make sure you read them
lovely.
during the break. And I'll see you at 11.
Yes, 11 o'clock.
I'll see you in 3 minutes. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere. Loads more dressmaking bundles and some fantastic paper for tracing your patterns on. See you in a minute.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9. when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi there, good morning everybody. Welcome back to Sewing Street. Stuart Hillard, it's great to have your company. We're having a real focus this morning on dressmaking, but also, you know, that kind of wider sewing, maybe veering into some bag making as well. I've got the perfect product, which I think we all need in our stash. It is Prim Dressmakers cartridge paper, basically, and it's what you're going to be able to trace your paper patterns onto. Now, in the last hour we had the Lavant blouse and the Hamsey skirt. You've got sizes 3 to 30 on those patterns, and there are multiple sizes printed across. So when you come to cut out your pattern, you kind of have to make a decision. You're cutting into other sizes. You can't go back then and cut out different sizes if your shape changes, or you want to make for a friend, your sister, mom, daughter, and so on. If you trace your pattern pieces off, you will be able to do that. If you buy any of the dressmaking books that we have here at Sewing Street, things like Juliet Uzors, you'll be able to sew your own clothes by the end of this book. Or Tilly Warnes, we've got it in the next hour, Love at First Stitch. You'll need to trace off the patterns from a book. £8.99. Now this is 1 metre wide. You get 10 metres in length. So enough there in that roll to do, I would say, probably in the region of 3 fair-sized dressmaking patterns. So not a bad idea. Sorry, I feel like I'm pointing. I feel like you should buy. I'm thinking you should multi-buy. It's this kind of thing that multi-buying would be a really good idea with. We had this about a month ago, I believe. I didn't see it, and certainly in the last 12 months, I have never seen this on air before. We had it on yesterday. It absolutely flew. It absolutely flew. We've managed to get some more in for today because it's a real dressmaking focus. It is exactly the same kind of cartridge paper that your kind of indie designer patterns are printed on. So not like that tissue that we're used to from things like Burda and Simplicity and Vogue. Well, Vogue patterns tend to be on cartridge paper too these days, but really, really good quality, kind of pattern that's going to last and last and last. I use it all the time. Charlie and I, we often share the same pattern, but we're very different sizes. So I'll trace off the patterns and we'll have 2 sets. Lots of these in baskets. It's very, very popular. I would urge you to check out because we had a massive quantity yesterday and we sold hundreds. So the same's going to happen today because a lot of you are watching our dressmakers, of course, and this is a real boon. As I say, whether you're tracing off a pattern in your size, whether you have got a dressmaking book where you absolutely need to trace the patterns off, or for example, if you've got like a bag making book like my Bags for Life, there are some paper patterns in the back, but you don't want to be cutting that paper pattern up. Keep that as a master in the envelope in the back of the book. Trace off the sizes, the shapes that you need. Use them. Keep them in a zip top envelope, nicely labelled. And then if you do ever rip or lose a piece, it's not an issue. You can go back to the original book and the pattern is still there and intact. Keep going through for your print paper, won't you? I think it's going to sell out. We've sold an awful lot of those this morning. All right then, moving on. Shall we look at books? Quick look at some books. We've got 4 different dressmaking books. Now I'm going to grab the Nanny Iro books first of all. We've 2 of these that I want to just share with you. Now I remember a few months ago we did a year of sewing with Nanny Iro. Let's start with that. You get 18 different patterns, and the whole point of this book is that depending on the kind of fabric that you use, you can wear this wardrobe year round. It is very beautiful. It is based on kind of a certain Japanese aesthetic as well. Very, very stylish. I absolutely love these wrap front pants, just beautiful. Tunic shirt, wide leg pants. Absolutely beautiful. Lots of different styles there as well. Really gorgeous. And Nanny Iro uses a lot of kind of specially printed fabrics or dyed fabrics, but I think, you know, there's such a good range now of fabrics that are available. It really is possible to create some really unique looks. Farmer's pants, the Freedom Tank, I love the sound of that. Absolutely gorgeous. Just having a slight technical issue with my talk back, so bear with me for 1 second. Thank you, Michael. See if I'm back in business. Oh yeah, that's it. Hello everybody. Hello, I'm back. Hurrah. Gosh, that happened yesterday. The world just went silent. Awful. Right, there we go. Okay, now then, what you've got throughout this book is really gorgeous. I love the cocoon vest. Yeah, it's gorgeous. This is beautiful, isn't it? Lots of different ways to wear each of the different styles. Lots of different ideas for fabric use throughout the book as well. and how to use the pattern, different ways that the garments are styled. I think that's so important, because otherwise, I don't know, it's quite easy, isn't it, to get sucked into, well, I need to make it in that fabric like it has on the pattern, otherwise I don't know how it will look or how it will work out. And then you've got all of the instructions throughout for making all of those garments. Now, in the back of your book, you have an envelope, and this has got all your pattern pieces in it. But I just want to show you, again, you've got different pattern pieces for different garments, and they are overlaid. You will need to trace these off, and this is where that Prim dressmaking tracing paper is so important. It's not like thin tracing paper like we used to use back in the day for tracing drawings. It is, you know, same kind of cartridge paper that you're going to use for your patterns. So if you're going to go for any of the books, or any of the patterns actually, I would really recommend that you get some of that Prim tracing paper, just so that you can easily make copies of all of the patterns that you're going to use. So that's a year of sewing with Nanny Hero. We've also got the Nanny Hero Sewing Studio, 18 timeless patterns to sew, wear and love. And already loving that blouse on the front, absolutely beautiful. So again, just to give you an idea, the price is incredible, £16.99. Remember, that is for 18 different patterns. I mean, you can easily spend £18 for one independent pattern. You've got long sleeve work dress, short sleeve dress, a winter coat, tapered trousers, pocket dress with elbow sleeves, a cape dress, a sun hat, wide-legged pants, cocoon dress, a t-shirt dress, a tank, pleated tunic, simple skirt. I mean, the list goes on. And again, it's all about what kind of fabric are you going to use to create these garments. Love those trousers. That top is beautiful. Really gorgeous. I mean, it's a different aesthetic for lots of us, but I do think it's really elegant. Oh, that is stunning. Really like that. The sun hat's great too. Again, all your patterns are in the back, in an envelope. You do need to get yourself a roll of that tracing paper, that dressmaker's cartridge paper. And in fact, I would get 2 or 3 of them really for in your stash. And then you can trace off your patterns anytime you want them. Now, next up, you'll be able to sew your own clothes by the end of this book by Juliet Uzor. Now, Juliet won, I think it was series 6, wasn't it, of the Great British Sewing Bee, and she also authored the current Sewing Bee book. So she has been a very, very busy person. Now, I loved Juliet throughout Sewing Bee, throughout her series on Sewing Bee. For me, right from day one, I had her marked down as the winner. I've done that before, and then been surprised / disappointed sometimes by who has actually won in the end. Not necessarily been my choice, but Juliet shone out for me from day one as somebody I thought would win, and she certainly went on to do exactly that. I love the fact that in the start of the book there is a good hefty chunk of this book which really teaches you how to dressmake. Now, Adelle was mentioning earlier on how to do a full bust adjustment, and right here you've got a tutorial showing you how to do a full bust adjustment. Shows you all about how to understand pattern cutting and layouts, how to transfer markings, what the different, notations mean, how to reduce bulk, how to finish edges, how to press to give yourself a really neat edge and a neat finish. And then you've got all these beautiful dressmaking patterns to make. The couture dress, there's all sorts in here. There's a lovely jasmine duster. I love that coat. I think that's really lovely. It's a great sort of coverall. Yeah, it's lovely. Be really nice quilted as well. There's some great patterns in here. Dresses, some upcycling projects in there as well. Really gorgeous. Again, in the back, you have got those paper patterns. again, good quality cartridge paper, but you'll need to trace them off. $15.99. And number of pattern wise, let me just tell you, you have got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think, 15 projects in the book. So amazing value. All right, last one that we've got is Wendy Ward, The Beginner's Guide to Dressmaking. Now, I think this is a really good one. If you feel like you need a bit more detail, lots more detail, then you're going to get it here. Now, you've got patterns in here. Again, look, they are multi-patterns, so you will need to trace off the designs, but they're full size, of course. You just need dressmakers tracing paper to trace them off. And then within there, so you've got a t-shirt, maxi dress or skirt, trousers, fishtail skirt, a zipped jacket and a shift dress. So 6 different projects there. But where the real value is in this book is on all of the detail on how to dressmake. So a real kind of absolute beginner's guide for how to create beautiful me-made wardrobe. And I think it's those techniques, isn't it? That's where it's all about. That's where our teachers, our demonstrators on air are so wonderful and so valued, because they show us those individual skills. Well, I guess here you've got all of those skills really sort of distilled into one book for $14.99, plus of course those 6 dressmaking patterns and full-size patterns for $14.99. Brill, love it. Okay, now then, fabric-wise, we've got some bundles. Okay, something's sold out on pre-order. We've managed to get a little bit more. Give me a little description. A pink floral. I think it's this. Is it this one? Is it like a really bright poppy pink with a black background? Yeah, got it. Wow, amazing value. Yeah, well, not surprisingly, the now what's in this bundle? Is it 2.5? 2.5 meters for $11.95. It's a viscose. Gorgeous, isn't it? It's sold out, but producer Ben has managed to get some more on pre-order. Does that mean there's going to be a slight delay in shipping? No, no delay. No delay. Brilliant. Thank you for that. It is going to sell out again, but if you're quick, yeah, we've got 40 of these in baskets. And how many have we actually got? We've got 2. Oh, Ben, you are a tease. We had more, but it has sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. What a bargain. What a bargain. Can I grab this one next, please? It's DU83. You might need to have a different code. That's the half meter code. It's kind of a navy background and then a lovely pink floral. It's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Really love that. It's got a bit of stretch in it as well. There you go. So it's a navy floral digital jersey print fabric. Now, jersey is one of the most popular fabrics to sew with right now. Tilly Warnes has written a very, very good book called Stretch. If you've never sewn with jersey before, that's a fantastic book to get. I think we might well have it on the website. But this is a beautiful floral jersey, again 2.5 meters, which is kind of that sweet spot if you're buying fabric speculatively. I mean, we have got some lovely patterns, but really beautiful, that, isn't it? And you're getting 2.5 meters, plenty in there for lots of different dressmaking styles, but that's very limited. Everything's very, very limited. Tell me something else which is really limited and I'm going to grab it. Just look through. I love those double gauzes. Rose and Hubble cotton spots in beige and pink. Tan, yeah. I'll grab those. So yeah, that's really lovely. That would make the most lovely kind of shirtwaisted dress. Again, amazing value. You've got 2.5 meters of poplin here for £16.95. That's lovely, isn't it? That's real kind of classic. I don't know, it's a little bit 50s. I can imagine a lovely kind of fitted shift dress. I don't know why, but I'm thinking like a little headscarf or a neck scarf as well in the same fabric. It would just look gorgeous. A pair of heels, some nice jewellery, some pearl jewellery, just beautiful. Beautiful. Loving life in that. Absolutely loving life. It's beautiful, isn't it? £16.95 for 2.5 meters. Can you believe it? Don't ever tell me anything, Charlie. Okay, this next one, this is the pink. Same in the poplin. This is lovely. Again, it's really kind of unashamedly a girly colour, isn't it? I just love it. It's so just beautiful. It's a really lovely kind of bubblegum pink. Again, 2.5 meters for £16.95. Now, this is great for adult wear, but I'm also thinking, what a lovely fabric to make children's wear out of, isn't it? And I said girly. I mean, actually, I think I love wearing pink. That would make a really cute shirt, wouldn't it? Lovely shirt with a matching bow tie. It is National Bow Tie Day, of course, and National Red Wine Day. I hope I've got you all on board with that. Oh, lovely, lovely. Shiraz Merlot. Merlot, if you're asking. Now, can I do the double gauze next, please? Because I love this fabric. Yes, I absolutely love this fabric. There is one of these left and I want it. Oh, and I'm not getting it because it's gone. Okay, right, sold out. Get rid of it. The grey double gauze is sold out. Can we do like the rust, like the pumpkin? Because that is also gorgeous. I recently bought a top and it's kind of long sleeve, not quite to the wrist, but almost. And then kind of deep sort of slash neck, you know what I mean? Isn't that lovely? This is double gauze. This is double gauze. Do you want me to tell you a code? Can find the bag. No, I can tell you. LR78. Has it sold out? It is lovely. Okay, we'll get rid of that then. Why can't we ever keep anything? This is the lovely pink. Have we got the pink? I've got one in the pink in front of me. Have you managed to find that? Yep, we got that. Fantastic. Brilliant. There's only 2 of them left. Now, Adele gave me some very, very good advice with double gauze. This is what she said. Love the crinkle look, but if you intend ironing the sold out. If you intend ironing the garment when it's finished, then pre-wash the fabric, iron it, which will shrink it a little, and then cut out your pattern pieces. If you're not intending to ever iron it as a garment, and I prefer the crinkle look, wash it, of course, before, but don't iron it. Cut out your pattern pieces, make up the garment. Don't press it as you go and don't press it afterwards, otherwise the pieces will shrink down. So you've got to kind of treat it the way you're going to wear it. Okay, some jersey in pink. Yeah, so this is... Yeah, oh, this is lovely. Now again, jersey, so popular. This is a beautiful shade of soft rose pink. It's got almost a lilac rose to it. It's really beautiful. That works for me. That is really lovely. Now it's called Soft Touch, and oh my goodness, I can only describe this as like buttery soft. You know, that's like, oh my goodness, if I put that on, I would never want to wear anything else ever again. Beautiful, really soft, really soft. It is 2.5 meters for £25.99. It is amazing value, really stunning. Gorgeous colour as well, isn't it? Really love that. We've got jersey in like a sort of cranberry red. We've called it wine because it is National Red Wine Day, of course. All right. Oh, that's lovely again. Oh, yeah. That is really lovely. Stretch-wise, it's a two-way stretch, so it's just stretchy in one direction. That is lovely, isn't it? Really easy to sew with as well. If you've never sewn with jersey before, it's not difficult to sew with. Cut it carefully. You don't want the fabric hanging off the edge of the table when you cut it out because it can stretch and distort. So make sure the fabric's properly on the table when you cut out. A lot of people, when they're cutting out jersey, will use pattern weights and a rotary cutter, but you can scissor cut it, absolutely no problem too. Pin well, take your time when you sew. You can use a walking foot if you want. You don't have to. But that is the most gorgeous shade of cranberry red, isn't it? That's Christmas red for me. Really lovely. Rich, right, really ready for autumn. Really ready for autumn. Nice and comfortable, so soft to wear. We've got a navy as well. This is a cotton jersey. Now, of course, you can wear this for, that's navy soft touch. Navy soft touch, yeah. It is really, really soft. Now, I'm looking at this now, and especially in this colour, I want a lounge wear. So I want maybe some long pants, or maybe even like with an elasticated ankle. Yeah. And then I want a top to match, because this is so soft, stretchy, relaxed. This is, you know, day off. Relaxing at home, just want to be like comfortable, gorgeous. But also you could make some really beautiful like wide-legged trousers for a woman, like palazzo pants in this would be absolutely gorgeous. You could make a really lovely like soft top. If you've ever seen the, I don't know if it's the Kailo dress, it's like a wrap dress, that would look stunning made in this. It is beautiful. We've got 2 left. I'm going to move on because that's going to sell out. Smashing. Could we do the chambray? Chambray? I just like saying it. Do you want me to tell you the name? Bags in there. Yes, it is. A light blue. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, so oh, it's sold out. Okay. Oh, take it away, Michael. I can't bear to look at it. It's sold out. These are rather lovely. Let me grab it. Oh, that's gorgeous. Right, can we do this one next, please? Oh, this is yummy. Absolutely yummy. This is a lawn. Look at that. Wow, that is divine. Just pop my hand in there for scale. So it's a large scale print. It's a little bit more expensive, but my goodness me, what a lot of impact. That is really silky. It is divinely soft. And the colours, I mean, there's impact there, but there's nothing garish or showy about those colours. They're all beautifully toned. Yeah, this is a dress to wear to a wedding, isn't it? An autumn wedding would be amazing. It is. It's absolutely gorgeous. And can you imagine as well, if you wore that to the wedding, how you could pick out any of those colours for maybe a fascinator or a really big hat, gorgeous heels, little bag. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I think, you know, when you make your own clothes, you want to really reflect your style. And if your style, if your sort of heart is singing right now when you look at that fabric, and mine certainly is, it is gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. That's the fabric to make your clothes out of, isn't it? Make something really special. Again, 2.5 meters for that. Now, another one which I felt very drawn to was this one here. Yeah? You like this one too, Ben? Yeah? I really love this. Oh, the colours are amazing. And this is incredibly soft. Now, this is a viscose, isn't it? Yeah. Now, if you love, I'm thinking Tracy Dennis, Owl and Sewing Cat dressmaking patterns. Her kimono, everyday kimono top would be amazing done in this. Very simple to sew, easy to sew viscose. It's not difficult at all. Actually, lots of Tracy's patterns are made up in viscose. It's a beautiful fabric to wear. It's a lovely fabric to sew with too. You're getting a 2.5 metre piece here for $33.99. Now you need about 2.5 metres for the kimono top, so you'd have some left over. But you could make another, maybe like a little shell top or something like that. All depends what size you're making. But that is lovely. Now, oh, we're limited on. Floral printed jersey. Let me grab that one and I'll show you that next. This is pretty, this is very limited. We've only got 2 of these left. So this is, did you say it's an organic? Yeah, organic jersey. That is really lovely. Now that'd be gorgeous for a top, a dress, for pants, you know, long trousers, wide trousers. I always want to call them pants for some reason, but anyway. But also this would be really lovely for maybe leisure wear, for lounge wear too. It really depends on your style, but I think it would be really nice for a top or a dress. And 2.5 metres for $33.99. It's a great price. Really pretty that, isn't it? Small flowers, designed for you by Poppy. I like that. I like that. Right then, where do you want to go next? Maybe black and white spots? I think this is lovely, and this is a bit wedding-y again, or workwear if you need to dress quite smart at work or for a wedding. Yeah, that is lovely, isn't it? So you've got a kind of abstract spot. This is a lawn. Yeah, this is a lawn. Oh, I'm glad I got that right. So it's lovely. It's not see-through. I've got my hand behind a single layer there. So it's not see-through, but it is very, very light and floaty. Beautiful. Again, this would be really suitable for lots of Tracy Dennis's patterns. The kimono, the shell top. Really lovely for that. That is gorgeous, isn't it? And would be fantastic as a sort of layering piece as well. If you like to wear perhaps a lot of black, then to have something like this in the kimono, perhaps to slip over the top, just where you want to kind of dress it up a little bit. I mean, that worn over, say, like black jeans and a black t-shirt even, but just to pop that on as a kimono over the top. Suddenly, really stylish, really different. Now, I'm thinking on a similar vein, we've got a black and white stripe, which again is rather gorgeous. This is a lawn too, yeah? A poplin. It's a poplin, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. Oh, it's making my eyes go funny. That is really beautiful. This is just a bit difficult on TV because of stripes. That's why we never wear stripes. It won't strobe in real life. That is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm just going to pop fingers in just for scale. So it's quite a narrow, maybe a 3/8 of an inch wide stripe, a centimetre or so, something like that. $19.95 is a brilliant price. Oh, go on, tell me something brilliant. Oh, I say, that was already really reasonable. $13.99, and that's for 2.5 metres. That's amazing. I love black and white stripe. Now, that is a cotton lawn, right? Yeah, so what I'm going to suggest here, and hear me out on this, a cotton poplin, excuse me, you absolutely could mix that with quilt weight cottons. I'm thinking quilting with poplin. Poplin's just a slightly lighter weight cotton, You could mix that. And Tula Pink uses a lot of black and white stripe. Quite a lot of designers use a lot of black and white stripe. This would be amazing, like for example with Alison Glass sun prints. Do your piecing, do your blocks, but then sashings, maybe narrow black and white stripe, maybe then white plain, and then another little narrow. Great for binding quilts as well. It looks so beautiful and smart. Really stylish, yeah, really stylish. It's amazing actually to use that for sashings. Yeah, look, this is how beautiful black and white stripes are. Come on, Ben, work it. Bring back my girls. There he is. Looks like he's about to rob a bank, doesn't it? Oh, no, but black and white stripes are where it's at. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. Love that. Like I say, it's about a 1 centimetre wide stripe. I think that. I'm just going to fold it just so you can see how it would look as either a sashing, but also if you think, I'm just going to grab another piece of fabric just to lay on top so you can see what it would look like if you used it as a binding or a narrow sash. Isn't that gorgeous? You think about adding that into a bag, you know what I mean, as a little narrow flange or a little binding or a covered piping cord. It's just, ooh, that's really stylish. A message from Chris, who's in Greater Manchester. I have one thing to say. You better work. Chris, I'm so on your wavelength. I love it. I love it. Supermodel work. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Gosh, I played that record till it nearly broke. I loved it. Supermodel of the world. Right, now then, can we do this beautiful daisy print? Is this a viscose? Is this a viscose or a lawn? This is a lawn. This is a little bit more expensive, but oh my goodness me, it is a thing of beauty. That is absolutely stunning. We are very limited on quantity. Again, I'm harking back to Tracy Dennis. I just think the vast majority of her dressmaking patterns would look amazing done in this. Are we doing it? Yeah, we're doing it. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Everyday, wedding, special party. I mean, again, and if you're somebody who feels comfortable in perhaps more casual clothing and like sort of dressing up, you don't necessarily feel comfortable. I think Tracy Dennis's kimono top and her everyday kind of jacket is really, really good. And I class myself as somebody, I don't necessarily feel that comfortable in sort of very formal shirts and formal like ties and formal jackets, that kind of thing. I'd love a male equivalent of this. But her kimono top, it just adds so much style and elegance to even the simplest of outfits. So a little, you know, round neck or V-neck shell top, you know, pair of trousers, a plain trouser or a skirt, but have, and all very plain, but have this then as a sort of kind of jacket, kimono style top. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? So lovely. And that's a lawn. It's really, really beautiful. So again, if you don't like heavyweight fabrics, if you don't like that feeling of getting overly warm, for me that's the worst thing. I'd rather be cold and shivery than overly warm any day of the week. Hate feeling overly warm. That would be good. I like light fabrics, soft fabrics. This is just beautiful. And you're getting 2.5 meters. No, you're getting 3 meters here. Beg your pardon. 3 meters for $49.99. Just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, let's go for something which is a bit more kind of a little heavier weight. Great for things like sweatshirts, cover-ups, hoodies, that kind of thing. Maybe even a onesie. You know how keen I am on them. Oh, I'm going to bring one of my onesies into work. I know, this is like cuddly, gorgeous, really nice. Can we start with the red one, please? This is Italian sheep. isn't it? Faux, of course. It's not sheep, but it has that gorgeous texture. This is, trust me, from somebody who's got sheep, this is freshly shorn. This is freshly shorn sheep. Yeah, this is lovely. Or this is like lamb. This is lamb. Gorgeous. This is faux Italian sheep. Well, it's Italian faux sheep fabric, and it's in wine. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not having faux wine. Beautiful colour. Again, it is that deep cranberry. For me, that's Christmas red, but just gorgeous. So something like a sweatshirt, a big cover-up, a hoodie, or you know those like hooded blankets. Those, I'm seeing those everywhere right now. What about something like a snood or a hooded scarf? So maybe like a big wrap with a hood that you can kind of throw around yourself, maybe when you're taking the dog for a walk or just out into the garden for a little run round, shall we say, early in the morning, just a little cover up. I'm thinking as well, you know, like a kind of pretty simple top, okay, and then with one of those deep, they call it a boat neck. Do you know the kind of, or a funnel neck kind of thing, quite a deep funnel neck. So you've really got, just lovely and cozy and warm and snuggly inside. Love that, gorgeous. Now we've also got it in, is it called natural or almond or something like that? Cream. You really ought to get me to name these. Almond, oat milk. Yeah, that is lovely though. And this has got the almost the texture of, what's it called? But it's like kind of newborn lamb almost. It's lovely. It's real like sort of tight crinkly curls. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah, it's a little bit Starsky and Hutch, but I love that. Really nice, yeah. And again, yeah, you could, you know, a bit of a coat, a bit of a coatigan, a little jacket. I've seen actually, you know what, there's a Sussex, I'm sure it's a Sussex seamstress jacket that we've made in this Italian faux sheep. But yeah, really nice stuff. Again, 2-3 meters of this for £28.99. So if you want to make something like a hooded blanket, you know, do they call it a slanky? Is it a slanky? With a hood and a sleeves and a blanket kind of thing. So you can kind of cuddle down on the sofa. You've got your hood and you've got your sleeves, so you can carry on reading your book or doing the jigsaw or something like that when you're having just a cozy day. You know, it would also be really lovely, actually, just to double hem or bind the edges and have it as a throw over the sofa, over the bed. It's just a really gorgeous texture and a lovely colour, that. Really beautiful. I refuse to call this cream. It's oat milk. It is from now on. Okay, we've also got that in like a silvery grey. Yeah, this again, really lovely. Single figures of this one. Again, 3 meters. That is lovely. Alison's got in touch. Stuart, I have just finished 2 Coulomb cardis in the sheep fabric. It's fab to work with, from Alison. Oh, I'm intrigued by the Coulomb cardi. Could we find a picture of that, please? The Coulomb cardi. Isn't Coulomb in Australia? Coulomb Bay? Am I just making that up? Might be. I've certainly been to Coogee. Oh, it's a Sussex seamstress, yeah, the Coulomb cardi. I bet we've got the pattern, haven't we? Find it. Yummy. But yeah, it's so soft. It's got a wonderful texture. And again, you could use that, yeah. I'm sure this is what we had on air. It's like a coatigan. Nice deep pockets. Nice sort of easy lapel, just easy to sort of slip on, just cozy down. Perhaps when it's too cold for a regular cardigan or sweater, or you want an extra layer, And perhaps it's not cold enough for a coat. Beautiful. Love that. Out of stock at the moment. We'll get it back in. The thing is, when you see lovely fabric, we know this. When we see lovely fabric, nab it, grab it, get it in your stash. The pattern will come in. You can find the pattern online perhaps. But the fabric, when you see fabric, the perfect bundle, perfect price, you just got to grab it, haven't you? So it's there, ready and waiting. Now, last of all, again, thinking of those big sweatshirts, hoodies, I'm thinking cozy and oh my goodness, this is wrong, isn't it? Me feeling inside a piece of fabric. But look at the reverse side. And it is, oh my goodness, it is so buttery soft. And look, it's sparkly. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Do you want the code? It's VU23. Oh, is this like sweatshirting fabric? It's called Lurex jersey. But this is kind of like a sweatshirting. But look at that. Look at that underside. It's like soft woolly lamb. Ah, that is lovely. So again, coatigan, big kind of oversized cardigan, sweatshirt, hoodie, hooded blanket, slanky, throw. Gorgeous. I love that bit of sparkle. Yeah. It is like a kind of blue-grey. It's kind of a blue-grey. Yeah, what about a lovely kind of hooded with big like rolled sleeves and a big hood or a big collar kind of top, big pockets on the front to wear to like a firework display, bonfire party, that kind of thing. Lovely. Or also like my friends Michael and Anita always have a Halloween party and mostly it's outdoors, so again late October you need something warm just to kind of snuggle into. That's gorgeous. What about a cape? What about a cape with a hood? That is gorgeous. Love that. Now we've had blue-grey. What about gold? This is lovely. This is the gold, and again this is ochre. We are getting posh here, aren't we? And look at that lining. I wish I could describe this better to you, how lovely and soft. It really is like, it's just kitten soft. It's kitten soft. It's absolutely lovely. And then you've got that gorgeous ochre exterior with that gold sparkle. Just lovely. Again, you could make a kind of top with a, you know, kind of drapes or folds around the chest, kind of draped neckline or draped to one side, because it's a really lovely soft and it's quite a nice sort of drapeable material as well. Or something that has maybe like a little bit of like drapes across the body that pulls in on one side. Maybe a buckle or something. Just thinking out the top of my head here, but that's really lovely. It's a bit glamorous. Like that. Last of all, we've got that same fabric in like a dusty rose pink. Isn't that lovely? And again, that's got that beautiful, soft, sort of almost fluffy interior. That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Really gorgeous. Really gorgeous. Lovely. And that's got that sort of slightly, yeah, it's a rose pink, slightly almost lilac-y pink with stretch. It's a four-way stretch, this one. It's not a massive amount of stretch, but you know, a decent enough. But the glitter, I know, is gorgeous, isn't it? Silvery glitter in that one. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Now we have got some more patterns on the show. Oh, do you want me to just quickly do this blue poplin? So this is a blue poplin, 2.5 metre bundle. The pink and the camel tan went very quickly. This is £16.95 for 2.5 metres. Isn't that lovely? Again, really nice for children's wear, really nice for adult wear as well, of course. But again, because it's a poplin, you could use this in your quilting. You could use this as a quilt back, £16.95 for 2.5 metres. That would go with oh, hello. £13.99. Okay, we'll take that. Fabulous. That's the last fabric. Okay, to finish off, we've got some more dressmaking patterns. Some Sew Over It, some Liberty, some Sew Girl. Now then, I'm going to run through these fairly quickly. Let's start off with the Ada dress. You need the code. Sew Over It Ada YM71. Just lovely, isn't it? Love these little sleeves. It's great length. Sizes 6 to 20, this one. A couple of different versions, a shorter and a longer. Nice. Saltine from Sussex Seamstress. Really lovely, stylish dress, this. Saltine in 8 to 30. Gorgeous that, isn't it? Next up, So Different. Well, that's rather lovely. This is the flounce dress. This was a bit flouncy as a teenager. Yeah. UK sizes 8 to 26. Contemporary design on paper. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It's a little bit sort of, you know, arty. Love this. Gorgeous. Suitable fabrics. Let's see. What does it say? Here we go. Crepe, viscose, silk, lightweight wool, jersey, other stretch fabrics with good drape. We would suggest going 1 or 2 sizes smaller than your usual size, dependent on the stretch of the fabric. Interesting. Okay, Sew Girl, the Betty dress. This would be lovely done in something like a lovely light soft chambray, wouldn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Nice lightweight denim. Nice cotton, sizes 8 to 22, intermediate level. You're going to make some buttonholes down the front. You've got that little waistband tie. Not much shaping though, so nice easy make really, I would say. Gorgeous. Okay, next up the Horsham dress from Sussex Seamstress. £15.50. Now next up, she was here yesterday, Catherine Wright's one-stop apron dress. It's been so popular over and over again, and I know this was hugely popular for Catherine at Festival of Quilts. I think even this might have been the one that she's completely sold out of. You can only get it here. We've only got 6 left today. It's got that crossover back. Yeah, lovely, isn't it? And sizes, there are 2 versions, and you've got sizes extra small to extra large. So you get an extra small, small, medium, large, extra large. Beautiful. Sussex Seamstress Petworth. Oh, now that is lovely. I like that. There's 2 left of that. That is really nice. That would be really nice worn over jeans with boots. Gorgeous. Nice with a jersey. Yep, gorgeous. Okay, a little something for children. The Mabel Tiered dress from Liberty. This is an easy pattern. Lovely tiers. Great for quilt weight cotton. You could use light chambray denims, that kind of thing. You could use a light needle cord would work well. Maybe even like a cotton velvet. Lots of different looks. Okay, next up now the Sew Over It Ada dress. We had the Ada earlier on. This is sizes 18 to 30. If I just grab the Sew Over It Ada dress, just to show you, this was the one I showed you earlier on, so you've got different sleeve options, different lengths as well. And this is in sizes 18 to 30. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Really good with a jersey. Nice floral jersey. Gorgeous. Right, So Different. The layer dress and top. Oh, look at that. I used to have hair like that. I didn't. Yeah, I would. Yeah, if I had long curly hair like that, I'd constantly be throwing it from one side to the other. That is lovely though, isn't it? And size-wise, you've got 8 to 26. Yummy, yummy. The Cecily dress. Now again, it's shown here in a lightweight chambray denim. I think it looks absolutely gorgeous. This is, you can have long or short sleeves. Size is 8 to 20 for £17.99. I love these dressmaking days, absolutely gorgeous. The Betty dress, we had the smaller sizes earlier on. I'm just going to quickly grab that, just to remind you. Look how different. Oh no, wait a minute. This is So Girl Betty dress. This is So Over It Betty dress. Oh my goodness, they're both called Betty. Very different dresses though, very different dresses. This is for confident beginners. You've got that sleeveless, it's kind of a party dress, isn't it? Lovely that. Okay, this is really nice. I love this. I could imagine our lovely Vicky wearing this, looking absolutely, can't you imagine that? Just gorgeous. The Alexa frill dress. Love that little frill around the neckline and on the sleeves and around the waistband. Really lovely, around the hem rather. Just lovely. That's from Liberty. Yeah, it does. It's kind of boho. It's relaxed. It's really pretty. Size-wise with these, they go from a 6 to a 22, all in one pattern for £17.49. So different. The scoop pinafore. This is such a popular shape. What I really love about this variation is this bottom edge. It's got a nice kind of wide edging to the bottom, which tapers inwards. That's a really lovely shape. Love it with those boots too, aren't they gorgeous? Size is 8 to 26. And then our last pattern, please forgive, this has been through the wars. We won't send you this one. We won't send you this one. This is the Lottie Duster Coat. Size is small to extra large from So Girl. Suitable for beginners. Now fabric-wise, this would be suitable for, let me just have a look and see. Medium weight fabrics, linen mixes, viscose. Very nice. Very nice, £17.99. Now then, just before we go to break, I want to remind you of that gorgeous Prim dressmaker's paper that we had on earlier on. Half of the stock is gone. Yeah, now we had a huge quantity of this, more than half the stock's gone. It's £8.99 and it's a white cartridge paper, 1 metre wide. That was very slick, wasn't it? 1 metre wide by 10 metres in length. So I reckon you probably get 2 to 3 pretty large patterns out of this. You can trace off your size, cut them out rather than cutting into your pattern. I think it's an essential, something to double up on maybe. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Adelle Rowland's back with us with another dressmaking hour brought to us by the lovely Tilly Walnes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We were busy chatting then, weren't we, Adele? We weren't ready, we were just talking about Coldplay. Don't ask why. Anyway, it's your trendy children.
Well, they were trying to tell me who Coldplay were, and I was like, I know who Coldplay are. They were like trying to educate me.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for that, kids. This is cool, Mum.
Yeah.
You'll never have heard of them, but Lady Gaga.
Oh gosh.
Listen, this hour we've got the fabulous Adelle Rowland back for another hour of dressmaking. Oh my goodness me, you have absolutely lit a torch this morning with dressmaking.
Good.
We're all loving it.
Oh, I love hearing people getting into their sewing rooms, getting their dressmaking.
You're really into it, aren't you?
Yeah,
Am I right, you do dressmaking at school, do a sewing club?
So we do a sewing club, and this year the textiles teacher has got her first GCSE group in a long time. Ooh. So she's really excited, so she's organising I think a trip to the V&A Museum in London to go and look at the textiles.
Well, if you need an extra helper, give me a shout. I love the V&A.
Oh, love it.
How wonderful. It's just great, isn't it? Inspiring that next generation of sewers. Now, talking of inspiring, go on, before we do that. Okay, right. Okay, yeah. We've got a great book, but I need to show you fabric, because it's all selling out. It's all selling out. We've already had 2 lots sell out, including the lovely version that Adelle's wearing. That's sold out. But we've got 5 versions left. Can we start with the blue, please? You know what the codes are, yeah? Okay. So this is a viscose. beautiful. It's a gorgeous kind of really deep inky navy. And then you've got these very delicate blossoms. It's almost like sort of wisteria-like blossoms. Isn't that pretty? In a kind of lilac-y blue. So it's really pretty. For $29.99. Now you're getting there 2 meters. It's a viscose chalice lawn. Very, very pretty. And it's so soft.
It is. It'll give a drapier appearance to the blouse than what I've got on today, but it will look so nice. Like for work, a work shirt, I would think.
That'd be really smart, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. Right, next up, shall we go with this floral viscose? This is VM57, that's the half meter code, but you got it, wonderful. So let me show you this one. Isn't that gorgeous? So these are kind of, you know, more lilac-y purple flowers. And then you've also got that gorgeous kind of rich, it's almost like a coral red flowers. Very, very pretty. I think that's rather lovely for autumn. Very, very limited, this one. £11.49 for 2 meters.
Fantastic.
Brilliant, isn't it? I mean, it's a bit outrageous, really, but I love it because now, if you know, cost was holding you back and you wanted to have a go at dressmaking, but you know, maybe spending £30 on fabric for a blouse was too much for you. I think £11.49. That's amazing. And also, you know, I know you're really passionate about making your own clothes and sort of moving away from that fast fashion.
Yeah, so I regularly look through my wardrobe and sort of assess what do I need to sew next. So I don't just randomly jump on the next pattern and go, right, I need that. But every time I do that, I'm quite shocked how many of my garments I've actually had for a long time. So I went on holiday.
It's a good thing, though.
Yeah, I went on holiday and I was wearing dresses that I'd had 5 years. And that's what I love, because I don't follow the latest trends, and no one has ever gone, oh, that's a bit dated.
Right.
Because it's a style that just
and no one recognises it from the shop because you made it.
So no one knows that, oh, I saw that in like on the high street 3 years ago.
Yeah, I bought that 5 years ago too. Yeah,
so
you're still wearing it.
Yeah. But I often wear patterns, dresses again and again, and I've got a favourite wrap dress pattern that I've got 3 versions, and I wear them quite regularly at work, and not one person has ever said, is that the same dress that you wore yesterday?
You're much more invested in clothes that you make yourself, aren't you? You know, you have the joy of choosing the pattern, choosing the fabric, cutting out, making it, you know what work went into it, you know, you put it on, you loved it.
Yeah, you have a memory every time you wear it.
I absolutely love this one. I love this one.
I think this one
arty.
It's nicer in the real life than what is on the photo on the website, because I looked at the photo and I was like, it doesn't show the print, and it's beautiful.
It is gorgeous. You're demoing with this one, aren't you? Isn't that gorgeous? $29.99. We've only got 7 bundles left. We're going to have lots more sellouts today, so if there's a bundle or 2 that you've got your eye on, whether it's to make this blouse or whether it's maybe speculative, be quick, won't you? We've got 2 more. This is lovely. Again, autumny colours. Again, beautiful drape on this. Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. £11.49 for 2 meters. I mean, I remember buying fabrics for dressmaking 20 years ago. It cost way more than that.
Yeah, some of my pieces in my wardrobe, like my stash, are a lot more than that. It's like that per metre.
Yeah. You know, it's incredible, isn't it? And yet you're going to make something which is made just for you, just to fit your body as well, that you've picked yourself. I just think that's terrific. I love that. That's really democratising dressmaking for me as well. And then our last version is very subtle and simple, if you like, more plain. This is, now weight-wise, this is a cotton voile. So very light. Now I perhaps would wear it.
Yeah, I would wear a little sort of cami underneath.
Camisole,
like I quite often just have a cotton jersey vest top that I put under tops.
Yeah, but that is lovely. 2 meters for $9.99 as well. What a fantastic price. But yeah, I think I would be inclined just to wear a little top underneath.
Yeah, so it's not as sheer as, say, Georgette or anything like that, but it is quite not quite translucent, there is translucent, so you wouldn't want to just wear your bra underneath that, you would want a top underneath that. But that's a really pretty look as well.
Duly noted.
Layering.
Yeah, it is, it's lovely, it's really soft. Okay, right, let's go on to the book.
Yes.
Now, I remember, I was there. I was there with Tilly when she was in, we were in the very first series of The Great British Sewing Bee. We filmed that 10 years ago, Adelle.
Gosh, time
10
flies.
years ago, yeah. And Tilly and I both went on to write, in fact, Lauren as well, the three of us wrote our first books, and they all came out more or less at the same time, about a year after we'd done Sewing Bee, or a year after we'd filmed it. I remember when we did Sewing Bee, Tilly said while she was sewing that she had started sewing, and as soon as she did her first bit of dressmaking, it was love at first stitch. And I remember her saying that in the series, and it was, you know, made the cut. And so I wasn't surprised in the least when Tilly's first book came out, and it was called Love at First Stitch. And it really is about demystifying dressmaking. I remember going for lunch with Tilly, and she told me about the concept behind the book. And she said to me, you know, I want to write a book for beginners dressmakers, but I don't want it to be like every other beginner dressmaker book where it's like, oh, a plain scarf for this or that. There's like, oh gosh, it really looks like a beginner level. And I totally get that, because I love designing quilts for absolute beginners that make them look like they've been doing it for years, you know? Take a simple shape, make it look gorgeous. And that's what Tilly's done in this book, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you have a look at the very front, it's got the garment gallery, and it shows you how you can build up the skills every step of the way. So you do start with a scarf, and then you move on to pyjamas, and then on skirts, dresses, and then getting on to the more complex like I've got, which is the Mimi blouse, and then more of a, I think it's the Lulu dress is more technical, but it does take you on your journey. It's a brilliant book.
And so the Mimi blouse, which is what you're demonstrating today, where would that sit in terms of beginner level? Are we still in beginner level territory?
Oh, yeah. I would just say a very confident beginner, because so it has a collar, and collars frighten people, because setting in that collar can be quite difficult in getting all of this area part here done. And I've had a couple of tears over collars. If I can avoid a collar, I will. This one went in like a dream, and it was really simply done. So you make the collar separate, and then you put it in, sort of sandwich it in within the facing, which I'm going to show you today. But that's a really nice way of doing it. And the front part here is really easy, the button placket. So please don't be worried if you've never done a collar.
It's a really pretty blouse. I love how it looks on you in that fabric, that style. It really suits your style. When you look at Tilly's versions that she's wearing in the book, she's very much styled it on her personal style. It's a bit kind of 50s, glamorous, you know, kind of dark hair, bright red lipstick, you know, a bit of a flick at the eye. I mean, I love Tilly's style, and I think she's such a great ambassador for dressmaking. I remember she didn't stay in the hotel with us because she lives in London. So I met her on the very first morning, and this taxi slid up to the front. We were all kind of standing outside waiting to go in, and she stepped out of the taxi, and I just thought, well, I might as well put my coat on and go home. There's the winner. Because she just got out, and I thought, you just ooze dressmaking style.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons why she's so popular, because she looks great in her handmade wardrobe.
Yeah,
and
I know she wears a lot of her
really
patterns
does.
herself.
Yeah.
So you know that she loves the product that she's given to you as well.
Yeah, she's
and it
really
works.
committed.
And we were talking earlier that what stands out as Tilly's patterns is the instructions. They're absolutely brilliant. And I actually always recommend somebody that really hasn't started any dressmaking, pick up a Tilly's pattern, have a go at that, because the pictures, there's so many pictures every step of the way, and it really takes every sort of moment, every step, and gives a lot of detail to it. It doesn't assume that you understand how to turn through a collar.
Right.
It doesn't assume that you understand how to put a buttonhole in.
Well, I think it really reflects Tilly's background as well, which is very much in visual media, film. That was her background when she came and did the Sewing Bee, and sort of digital marketing. She's written a blog for many, many years, Tilly and the Buttons. So she's very much about promoting dressmaking as well in a very visual age.
Yes.
A very Instagram and Pinterest age.
Simple colours. Yeah, simple colours. If you go on their Instagram page, you'll just see colour everywhere. But the pictures are brilliant. Like I say, sewing buttonholes, there's a whole 2-page spread on sewing buttonholes.
Yeah.
So it's really good for a new beginning
That's what you need, isn't it? And it's just a beautifully put together book. I remember Tilly saying to me that the whole book was based around red, yellow and blue.
Yes.
And I don't know if she says in the book why that is,
I don't know.
but it's actually from her favourite film. I think it might be a French film where everything is like blue, red and yellow. And she wanted, when she went to the publisher, she was like, I want it to have this style.
Her vision.
Yeah, and really to make everything very visually appealing.
Yeah.
And accessible to people too. It's a beautiful book, and it's really stood the test of time. It's been translated into so many languages as well. It's $24.99. It is a great book, a great addition to your library.
I think it's really good as a gift as well. So say you might have a teenager or someone that's at university that wants to try dressmaking. This book will appeal to them. I know if I gave my daughter this and said, right, let's work our way through this, she would love it.
Yeah.
So it's brilliant as a gift.
Young fashion, but also quite appealing for us that are a little older.
Well, it depends on what fabric you use.
Really
it
does.
always is. And like I say, dressmaking is open to everybody.
It really is. Full-size patterns in the back too. You will want to trace these off onto Dressmaker's copy paper.
Yep,
which
and
we've got.
they've just updated recently as well that you can download the PDF versions of these patterns.
Okay.
There's special instructions on their website of how you do that, because obviously you have to have the book. There's a special password that you need, but you can download them and then print them off as well.
Perfect.
So
perfect,
lots of
perfect.
options.
Great, really cool. It's a beautiful book. You're going to show us how to make the Mimi blouse.
Yes, the Mimi blouse. And I've had lots of messages about the Mimi blouse actually, because obviously this book has been out for a while. A lot of people saw this pattern a while ago, but new patterns come up and they get forgotten. And so many people have gone, oh my goodness, what a gorgeous pattern.
Yeah.
And they've gone rooting back out.
How have I missed it?
Yeah. And that's another thing as well, like it looks a bit scary, the fact that it's got this colour, but don't be scared of it. It really isn't difficult at all. It's a really simple pattern, no bust starts. We've got some gathering here and some gathering on the back, which gives you the shape in which I'm going to start with.
And I really love the detailing on the sleeve.
Yes,
I think that's
love that
so
too.
gorgeous.
So this is where the sort of adventurous beginner, let's say adventurous rather than advanced.
Right, I like that.
Adventurous, someone that wants to have a go. But if you have a look there, there's a small fold, well, 2 pleats that fold over each other.
It's almost like a little tuck in
Yeah,
there.
and then it's finished off with a hem as well, so it's not sort of a raw edge there.
Right.
So it is really beautiful, and I've seen some people add an extra cuff on the bottom as well.
Yeah, gorgeous.
So,
yes. Yeah.
So lots of options. Also, there is the option that it talks about that you can put piping in. Right,
nice.
Yep, piping along the yoke.
Nice.
Along here. So if you've got like that contrasting like they've got on here, I don't know if I'll show. Shall I show it like that?
You can turn
there
it
we
around,
go.
it's
Look.
all right.
And we've got the contrasting piping there. That's really nice. If you were using the white fabric,
yes,
and then you could have the pop of colour, have it different colour on the collar, and then take it down on the buttons as well.
And that gives it a much more sort of classic, it's kind of, you know, Audrey Hepburn, Breakfast at Tiffany's kind of look, done in fabric like yours. Much more kind of young fashion.
Yeah, absolutely,
gorgeous.
absolutely. So it talks here, fabric suggestions, drape is the key, otherwise it will look stiff. So a lightweight cotton, if you've never sewn before, I would go for. But if you're a little bit more adventurous, go for one of the viscose.
Yeah,
so
lovely.
there's a whole range. I wouldn't say if you've never made anything before, go with the viscose, because we know that can move around more under the sewing machine. Go with like this, a cotton lawn. It's still really comfortable to wear. It's not stiff like a quilting cotton, but it's really beautiful.
Yeah.
So we're going to get on with the front and put the collar on.
Perfect.
Okay. So I've got this all printed, cut out. So I actually traced my patterns, and we've talked before, haven't we? What do we trace it on? You've got that tracing. So I've just gone round, and also another thing as well, the sizing, it isn't your conventional 10, 12, 14.
Okay.
She has her own sizes, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on like that. So you do need to measure yourself, okay?
In a way, that's a good thing though, isn't it? Because don't we just rely and go, I'm a 12, I'm a 12, so I'll do that.
Yeah,
and then
or
it
if your measurements come out a size more than what you would normally buy, people are like, oh no. That's another thing as well. Don't go with what you normally wear, because these blocks, these patterns have been fitted in a particular way.
Yeah.
So measure your bust, measure your waist, measure your hip. Then it's also got the finished garments measurements, because you've got, like if you can see there, I've got a little bit of ease, but it's just enough to be comfortable. If you want it to be a tighter, then you need to maybe take that in, or you might have to adjust your sizes. But just be mindful, if you're a bigger bust, there aren't bust starts, the only shaping is here. So toile it if you need to.
Yeah,
okay?
perfect, thank you.
Right, so this has got a yoke again, but it's like a double egg, isn't it? A
Yeah,
yoke earlier.
double yoke.
And yeah, well, that's meant to be lucky. It's meant to be lucky.
True enough.
Okay, so we've got a yoke, and when I saw that a yoke was on this, I thought, oh no, because yokes can be quite difficult, because the more advanced shirts, they're double lined.
Yes.
This one isn't.
Okay.
All it is it allows it to sit nicely over your shoulders flat, and then the gathers come sort of where your dip of
okay,
your
so there isn't a
shoulder.
lining to that yoke.
No, there isn't.
No burrito
so don't worry,
method
no
required.
burrito method. That's why I think some people might have seen this and gone, oh, that's too difficult, but it's not. Okay, so I've got my front piece here. I've already gathered and attached it to the yoke. So this is where my shoulder is. So there is no top shoulder seam. It goes across in this way.
Understood.
Okay, so let's get the other piece. Now, the gathers are only delicate gathers. You don't want big, stiff gathering, okay? As you can see, I've got to get that into that part there, okay? So I've done 2 lines, and all I'm going to do is just gently pull them, and then that gathers up that piece there, okay? And I'm just going to distribute them with my hands, moving along, okay? Be careful here, you don't want all your gathers sitting together. Make sure they're evenly distributed. And then it's right sides to right sides. Let me get my pins. Now, when you have gathers, always have your gathers on the top as they go through the machine, because then you can make sure that they're not being folded over or anything like that. Don't put your gathers on the bottom, because the feed dogs will just scrunch them up in the wrong way.
Understood.
Right, so I've gathered it so that it fits into that part there. And then when you press this, it looks really pretty. It also tells you how to finish your seams. We've talked about that before this morning.
Yeah.
There's a variety of different ways, and the book tells you how all the different ways that are open to you, but also when to do it.
Right, yes.
Because that's another thing. Some people might wait to the very end and then try and finish all their seams, but you won't get in at the little corners. So it tells you exactly when to finish your
So
seam.
it's important to finish the seams as you go.
As you go along, yes, absolutely. Otherwise, like for example, once this sleeve's in, you won't be able to get into the corner. Now this is 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. Okay, so this morning it was 1 centimetre on the first show. This one is 1.5 centimetres.
Got you.
So
is that 5/8?
I don't know.
I always think old money.
Let's have a look. 1.5 centimetres. Yes, 5/8.
Great.
I wouldn't even know what that is. I'm a metric girl.
You know, it's the quilting. It's quilting. It's all done in inches, or so much of it's done in inches. So.
Do you do miles? Well, we all do miles actually, don't we?
This is the thing, and we all buy fuel in gallons.
Yes.
Well, I don't really think of it as that anymore. It's just how much it's costing.
Oh, yes.
Which is a lot.
Yes.
It's a really beautiful book, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Looking through it, there's so many beautiful, inspiring photographs. It's very stylish, but also as well, Tilly really communicates her passion for sewing. And there's lots of lovely bits like, you know, like this one here, the joy of stitching is, and I'll just read you some of the things. Dreaming up a dress in your head and setting out to make it exactly as you envisage it. Holding your breath as you make that first daring slice into a fresh piece of fabric. Realising you haven't been shopping in 6 months. Taking pleasure in the experience of making something with your own hands. I think we can all relate to those things, can't we?
Yeah, and I like it. It's the realisation that once you've made a couple of things, you start then venturing out into more, and then eventually you do get to a point where most of your wardrobe is handmade.
Yeah.
So that is, I do feel quite proud. Especially when someone says, "Oh, where did you get that from?" You're like, I made it.
And is that like your work wardrobe and your home wardrobe?
So I was thinking about this the other day. So on the first couple of days back to school, we have sort of relaxed wear. We don't have to dress smart. But then I was thinking, well, what do I wear? Because a lot of what I've got is my handmaids, which I don't exclusively keep for home or for work. Because I think, well, I put all this effort into it, let me wear it and let me embrace it.
Yeah, of course.
So I was thinking the other day, oh my goodness, what am I going to wear? Because people are going to think I've come in dressed for work.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm going to have to find my jeans and maybe a couple of woolly jumpers. But yeah, I don't hold things exclusive for special occasions. Life's too short, isn't it?
Definitely.
As well, since I've started dressmaking, I've become more confident in what I wear. So I started dressmaking after I had my children, and I got into the rut of jeans and t-shirts. And then I always felt really overdressed in a dress. I don't know how that is. And then as I started dressmaking more, you obviously get excited, you wear them. And now I feel more comfortable in a dress.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I get what you say about getting into a rut of wearing the same things, or whatever sort of on the high street, you get into a rut of just, oh, well, I'll just have to wear that then. Yeah. And you realise that you're not expressing your personal style anymore.
And I always get quite a few comments, oh, that's a really nice dress, miss, from the kids. And like, I say to them, oh, I've made
praise
this.
Indeed.
Yeah, but I say to them, I've made this. And then they're like, no, you didn't. I'm like, I have. Like, you can make things and it doesn't have to look homemade.
Right.
It's handmade, not homemade.
No.
So it's made with love.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely loving Tilly's book. Well done if you've managed to get it. You do get all the full-size patterns in the back. There's a special wallet, kind of concertina wallet in the back. It's all really nicely done. It's beautiful. Kind of little concertina style. And then in there you've got all of your patterns. You will need to trace them off.
Yeah.
They're all double-sided and multiple different patterns, but they're very easy to trace off. And it means then as well that you've got your original pattern safely in the back of your book. Gorgeous. And of course you can always go on to Tilly's blog as well and see what she's up to next and read all her previous blogs as well. Gorgeous book, very giftable, very stylish. Love at first stitch from Tilly and the Buttons.
There we we go. So I've just now put the back piece on, and again we gathered that back piece onto the yoke. So it's a really flattering shape actually, without the hassle of having to sort darts and everything.
So you've got
like that.
gathers at the front, gathers across the back.
And gathers across the back, but it's not gathers that adds volume, it's gathers that adds shape. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I've already made the collar. Okay, just for time wise, I've already made this collar, and what you do is you sew the whole thing, but you leave a little gap. Okay, now where the gap is, you don't need to sew that up. Oh, I can't even see where it is. There it is, because that's going to become trapped inside the facing. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to find the middle point of this, because even though I've got notches, things do move out, because we're not going to be always 100% 1 centimetre and a half. So I always like to make sure that the centre back always matches the centre back on when I'm matching pieces up. So I've got the centre back there.
Got you.
Just put a little pin in so I know where that is. And then what I'm going to do is I'm only going to tack this, okay? So when I'm tacking, I'm just using a longer stitch, and it's just going to hold in place, and I'm going to be sewing within the seam allowance.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're not intending to take this tacking out later?
No, and it's within the seam allowance. Okay. Now the reason why I didn't follow all the notches and I've got my middle point is, say for example, you slightly did a centimetre there and a centimetre and a half there, they would be different lengths. By doing it this way, you make sure that when you get to this point, you will have the same amount either side.
Got you.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't want the collar at the front to be lower on one side than the other.
No. So you've got notches to make sure that you know where these parts sit, but I would recommend always finding that middle back point, centre back point first. So I'm just going to go along and pin this, and this does leave about 1.5 centimetres of the front where you've got the collar.
Yeah.
Okay, now don't be alarmed by that, because that's all coming in the facing. Okay.
Right, got you. So don't worry that the collar doesn't go all the way to the end of the fabric.
No.
Again, it's one of those things that we might worry about. You know, you look and think, oh, I've done this wrong, it should meet surely, but it doesn't.
No, so don't worry. That's all part of the facing. Okay. So I'm just going to tack this along, tack in just with a longer stitch, and then we'll put the facing on, and then you'll see how easy that collar was putting in.
Looks like a very, very easy way of putting a collar.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to stitch a facing over the top and fold it back. Yeah, easy.
Yeah. And
I could do that. Oh, this is nice in the book. There's a little section called Make It a Lifestyle.
Oh yeah, so it talks about the idea as well that you don't have to sit down all in one sitting to make a project.
No, exactly.
So let it fit and sit nice and neatly into your lifestyle. It doesn't mean that you have to sit up in your sewing room or at the dining room and finish it all in one piece. No, you might just do the bodice, and then next time, like the lady, was it Victoria before?
Yes.
She was spending the morning putting
Danielle,
her sleeves in. Danielle, that was it. And she was putting her sleeves in.
Yeah. Yes, she says here, you know, how do you manage your time? Sew in spurts, try sewing in short bursts, even if it's just 15 minutes before you go to work.
Yeah.
Or while dinner is in the oven. Break it down into individual steps. Break it down. Know what comes next when you get up from the sewing table. Make a note of the next step. That way you need to do while it's clear in your head. Prepare your materials. Establish your space. That sounds like stake your territory. This is my table. Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting till my daughter moves out of her old bedroom into her new bedroom so I can jump in there quick.
Oh yeah.
Because we're having an extension done and we're coming towards the end.
Yeah.
Kitchen's being fitted this week. So I was like, right, I'm having my space back.
Yeah, of course. And also, of course, there's that when they go off to university or college or whatever, you know, and that's sort of claiming back the whole house.
Right, we've got facing now, and we've got two long pieces, and then we've got, it's called a yoke facing, okay? Now that doesn't mean it goes on the outside, it just means that it sits along the back.
Of the
so
yeah.
So it can be, in other patterns it's called the back. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew my shoulders.
Yep.
Then we will put that on top, sandwich in our collar, and then that's basically the bodice done.
Understood. I get that.
Okay.
I get that. This is very freeing. I like this comment in the book. She says, dump the dull projects. If you've totally lost interest in a project, ditch it. Why bother making something you're not enjoying? Try a quick, easy and fun project instead, and your sewing mojo will return in a flash.
Yes. And that's also another thing as well. If you're an experienced dressmaker, sometimes those difficult projects can really take its toll. And it's nice sometimes just to come back to an easy shirt or an easy skirt.
Yeah, totally agree. Sometimes you just need that, I don't know, you just need to scratch that itch. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So don't be put off if it's down as a beginner pattern. Just because it says a beginner pattern doesn't mean if you're a more experienced, like intermediate, that you can't make it or you're not going to find satisfaction in it.
No. Oh, there's something very, very satisfying about doing something simple really, really well, isn't there? Doing it really immaculately.
Yeah. And also, if you're a more experienced dressmaker, you'll be able to make a beginner pattern in one sitting, which means then you scratch that itch, like you were saying, and then you're managing to go out with a brand new outfit.
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so right, I'm about to put my facing on, so let me lay everything out so that you can see how this fits. Oh, it's really pretty fabric. This will look gorgeous with a pair of like white jeans.
Oh yeah.
Look really nice.
Oh look, Ben just wants to show us that he looks just like Tilly Walnes. Oh, he's coming out.
He's got the French
Yeah.
style.
Yeah. And he's got the tape measure around his neck as well. Just right in front of the camera. Look there, look. I mean, it's like Tilly just walked in the room, Ben. It's uncanny. Who wore it best? You've got my vote, Ben, without a doubt. Now, I noticed there are some buttons on this blouse.
There is. So with buttons, just take your time with the buttonhole and really plan out where you're going to put them. And like we said before, there's another way to make it even more special. You've got there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Self-covering buttons, so you can have buttons using the bits of the fabric.
Yeah, do self-covered buttons. Really nice, really easy to make. We've got a set. You get 5 buttons here. Is that enough for the blouse?
That's enough for the blouse.
Perfect. $2.49. These are 22 millimeters. So kind of medium sized. You could make a statement by having contrast buttons. But if you do a self-colored button, even though they're a medium, sort of slightly larger size, they're going to blend in really beautifully.
Yes, they are. Now also, when you're planning your buttons, the one thing I would say is get the one at the top, then find the one in the middle of your bust.
Right.
So where the largest part of your bust is, and put one there. Right. No one wants a gape there so that you can see your bra. So put one there, work out what it was, and then follow that down.
That's such a brilliant tip.
Well, I've had it before where I didn't do it, and then I'm like,
well, one of my best mates, literally every single article of clothing that she buys has buttons down the front. She has to adapt. She has to sew it up. She has to add Velcro, all this kind of thing, because the buttons are in the wrong position.
Because our bust is all different. Like, I know with when Tilly has bust darts, I have to lower the bust darts. My bust is lower than what the block is.
Right.
So, yeah, you've got to plan to your body. Don't just go off of what the pattern does. So find where it is on the largest part there and then do it there.
Superb tip, thanks for that. We've also got piping cord as well. There was a little hack, wasn't there, in the pattern where on those shoulder seams and presumably across the back as well,
I would think
you can add little covered piping cord just to add a lovely little detail. We've got that covered piping cord. You get a 1 metre pre-cut length, and I'm guessing that one piece, would 1 metre piece be enough?
Yeah, I would. Let's see what it says in here.
Yeah, let's see what it says.
So it says piping, page 152.
I can have a look if you want to carry on sewing.
there. It's got it there. It tells you all about how
I
to
don't
do
think
it.
it actually says how much
I've never
piping
actually
cord.
done piping.
I'm going to do a little measurement on can I just
me?
do it across you? Is that
Yeah,
all right?
no problem.
And then can I just do a quick
Yeah.
one across? Oh yeah, I mean there's plenty in 1 metre, and obviously if you're making one of the large sizes I still think 1 metre would be enough, but if you're making the very largest size you might want to go for 2 of these just so you've got a bit extra. I love a bit of piping cord anyway, it's great to have. £1.99 for a 1 metre cut length, and really easy to cover piping cord, isn't it?
I've never done it.
Have you never done
No.
it? Oh, it's super easy. Literally you just cut, I don't know, for something like this, about an inch wide strip of fabric, fold it around the fabric.
And then sandwich it in?
Yeah, so that it's kind of squished to one side and you've got the fabric either side. And then you use your zipper foot.
Yes.
Now you don't want to stitch as close to the piping cord as possible the first time. So nearly as close as you can get.
Yeah.
Sew all the way down. And then you can trim away the extra fabric. So you've maybe got just like about, a centimetre.
Yeah.
Then put it within your seam, and then this time when you attach it you're going to go as close to the piping cord as you can get. So it's really tight, you cover that original line of stitching, and then you've just got this lovely little, I want to see it in the next garment, Adelle.
Oh no!
Yes, you can do it, easy peasy.
Oh, well, maybe a pair of pyjamas.
Yes.
Yeah, I've seen it on that. That
piped
looks
pyjamas.
really nice. Okay, so I've got my facing on. I've put interfacing onto here. It's really important you do that because it is a lighter weight fabric and we're going to be putting buttonholes down here. So we need that stability that the interfacing gives us. And what we've got here is we've got the collar sandwiched in between. Okay, now one thing I need to make sure is that I don't catch the collar when I get to this point here.
Understood.
Okay, because you don't want the collar being stuck within that sort of turning point
Do you
there.
just sort of feel your way, Adelle?
Yeah, you do. That's why I'm really tactile when I'm sewing. I feel it as it's going through. You can see where it is. And just take your time with the pedal. It doesn't mean that you have to zoom it all through.
Right.
Just take your time when you get to that point. Okay? So,
Is there any way, am I just talking out the top of my head here? Wouldn't be the first time. But could you make this blouse sleeveless?
Oh!
Could you like do a sew binding round the outside and then turn the binding through into the
Well, let's
inside?
have a look. Once I've done it, because the sleeves go in,
Yeah.
set in, let's have a look.
I'm just thinking that's kind of, it adds extra variety. And some people
Yeah.
really like a sleeveless blouse.
Yeah, with a pair of shorts.
Oh, lovely. Lovely. I love all the styling tips we're getting today, Adelle. Gorgeous. Nice
I've been
chunky
seeing
winter
some-
boot and a woolly sweater.
Every time I've been good, stylish. Thank you.
Oh no, definitely.
Right, so there is quite a tight curve here, so take your time going through it. Don't try and pull the fabric as it's going. It
Okay.
almost wants to guide itself. If you do need to manoeuvre, put the needle down, put the foot up and manoeuvre it.
Okay.
Because you don't want those seams. If you're pulling on the top, it might pull that seam out of line and then it'll be all puckered underneath.
Got you.
Okay, so just let the sewing machine take it. There we go.
It is sometimes tempting, isn't it, to sort of wrestle with your sewing machine.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
no, just let the machine take it. Right, I'm just coming to this edge and then we've got that done. It really doesn't take long, this shirt, or well, blouse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Making
And
sure I'm-
Adelle, do you know offhand what sizes the patterns go up to? I know that Tilly has her own sort of numbering
Yeah.
system.
So if you find one, where are they? Let's find one.
Or they're all like finished like the
So
Megan dress.
8
Yeah.
is a 44-inch bust, 38-inch waist, 47-inch hip.
but it very much depends on the fit of the garment, doesn't it? I've just gone to the Meghan dress, and the largest size is a 45.5-inch bust, 42-inch waist, 51.5-inch hip. What I love actually about Tilly's patterns, her standalone dressmaking patterns, she was one of the first, if not the first, independent dressmakers to really embrace making and photographing all of her patterns on different models, different body types, shapes, sizes, heights.
Yeah, she doesn't often use professional models. Quite often she uses other people, like other
Friends,
sewing people.
Who work in the office.
Yeah, people that have made her patterns before.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is a very much an inclusive pattern company.
Look how easy that collar went in.
Yeah, there you go. All I need to do now is press it. And it also talks about understitching to hold that in there. Talks all in the book about how to understitch. I'm not going to understitch only because it's going to take time, because I want to see if this will work as a blouse, a sleeveless blouse.
Sorry, I don't mean to throw you off
It's
piste.
okay.
But I looked at it and I thought, oh, I think that would look lovely. I think a floral blouse with sleeveless, lovely.
And I think, I was reading somewhere, so I think it was on like a Facebook group or something, and someone was saying, where can I find a sleeveless blouse? Because I think they're going on a late holiday and they don't want to wear anything that's like sort of flouncy. They still want the structure that a blouse offers, but they wanted it sleeveless.
Yeah. And even if you, not necessarily because you want your arms to show, maybe you like to wear little short-sleeved cardigan or cover-up or something like that, but you don't want the bulk of a sleeve underneath that.
That's brilliant as well, especially as we're heading into the colder months. I like to layer up with cardigans and with blazers. I wear blazers for work, and it is annoying when your sleeve gets caught up in the blazer. And I know I'm not going to take the blazer off all day, so it doesn't matter that I've got sleeveless.
Right.
But yeah, I know, I totally agree with you there. It's nice as a layer.
Yeah.
So
I'm very excited to hear how your school's first GCSE textiles group gets on.
I
keep thinking about them, it's lovely.
Yeah, so Mel, our textiles teacher, she used to work in London within fashion, and then she went into teaching, and obviously the GCSE curriculum has changed over the years, and a lot of the time now textiles has been put in with the resistant materials and so on, but she's doing the first one this year.
That sounds like a fun course. Resistant materials.
But she's really excited.
Are you with me?
We're really excited, and do you know what I can't wait to see?
Go on.
Like all their finished garments on display.
Yes.
Because it's beautiful seeing the students work. And
I go sometimes to my old secondary school, and they do an annual fashion show every year for their GCSE and A-level textile students. And then you see everything. And the textiles department also there's a special school next to the secondary school, and they also work with the students there and work on textiles
lovely.
with them, and then everybody comes together for this show. It's just a fabulous celebration. I love it.
Last year they were making like drawstring bags out of old jeans.
Oh, nice.
So she put a call out saying anyone got old jeans that they don't want, and then she made some fabric from dog poo bags.
Oh gosh, okay.
Not unused dog poo bags,
course.
but you can get them in different colours. So what they did is they melted them using the iron, and then it created this fabric that were able to stitch and create motifs. And especially the boys loved that.
Yeah, sure.
Because it was more tactile. They were actually creating their own fabric. And she said the boys were actually loving textiles, doing it that way.
It's just finding the hook, isn't it?
It is. And they were like making like bright green and pink. It was brilliant. They would look fantastic.
That's really cool. Really cool.
So yeah, looking forward to. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just doing the side seams, and then we can see what it looks like, because I can put it onto
For sure.
the lady behind me.
Would you like me to take the skirt off so that you've got a kind of clear run at it?
Yeah, so that we can see. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Avert your eyes, everyone.
So just sewing down these side seams. Now, this is where, if you want to be between sizes, I'd recommend tacking these side seams, trying it on and seeing if you just need more room over the bust or over the waist or the hips.
So when you're starting like a fresh new pattern for yourself, do you often toile it?
So, I have to say, I have some cheaper fabric in my stash that I use as a wearable toile.
Oh, cool, yeah.
So I try out a pattern using cheaper fabric first, and then if it hasn't worked out or there's adjustments that I need to make, I then can go to the more expensive fabric.
Understood.
Yeah, so I really enjoy having like clothes that I can wear rather than spending time over fitting.
Yeah. Got about 10 minutes on the hour, Adelle.
Yep. Brilliant.
I feel like I've set you a challenge now.
Oh!
Naughty Stuart.
Right, let's have a look.
Let me move that forward a tiny bit
worked.
for you.
There we go. So, just tuck the facing in. You just need to do a few stitches along here to catch the facing in stitching the ditch. But yeah, you couldn't you?
I think you could.
Yeah, just put some bias binding around there.
Yeah.
To finish it off.
And like to then like fold through to the back, so you couldn't see any bias.
No.
But it just kind of ended up with a sort of faced edge.
Yes. I've got a dress that's like that. And there we go.
We've just hacked Tilly Warren's pattern. Hello.
Yeah. Oh, that looks really nice.
I say I've just stood here and watched mostly, haven't I? I think it's really lovely. I really like that.
You're my creative director.
Oh, thank you.
There
I
you
think
go.
you've elevated my position rather a lot, but I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it.
That's up there. Shall we have a look at the sleeve?
Yes, please.
Yeah?
Yes, please.
So the sleeve has that beautiful feature. So let's talk about how we get that fold in, okay? Now, I've transferred these markings from the pattern, and they're very, very important that you transfer these markings. The bold line tells us where we're going to fold. The dotted line tells us what we're going to fold it to. Now we have to fold one over the other, so you can't just go, oh, I want that one that side, because it needs to be the same either side.
Right.
So the front folds over the back, okay? So I'm just going to take these
So have you got a right sleeve and a left sleeve?
Yes, you do.
Understood.
Okay, because you
So
don't...
they're mirror images?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fold that. And, oh, actually, I should have, let me just get where that is. Yeah, it's there. I'm going to fold that over to there, okay? Now, it starts to become a 3D structure. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to iron that really quickly to hold that in place, okay? Okay. You don't want to aggressively iron it because you don't want that fold going all the way up here. Then I'm going to take the other side and fold it over to here. Now,
Sounds like an Olympic sport.
What?
Aggressive ironing.
Aggressive, oh my gosh. I think I could win that.
Is that Sunday night when you have to get all your clothes ready for school?
Oh, all school clothes. And you buy these shirts that say non-iron.
They're not.
they're not
They're
non-iron.
not.
So what I'm going to do is I'm tacking these in place, even though I've pressed them, I'm tacking them in place just within the seam allowance. You won't see that later on because the hem will have been on that.
It's the kind of step, if you miss that out, when you sew it together, one side always seems to flip the wrong way, doesn't it?
Yes.
If you tack it, it'll stay in place.
Yes. So what you can see now is we've created that 3D almost pocket
I
there.
really like that.
And that's a really pretty feature,
Yeah,
I
it
think.
is.
Now also, this sleeve head, we've got to gather that up because we're going to ease it in. Okay, as you can see, I've got a bit of easing here. So between the notches, there's some little circles. We're going to just put a little line of gathering stitches, again, within the seam allowance. Now, when we talk about easing in, we're not talking about gathering as such. it almost wants to gather itself, and then that will be enough.
Yeah. So we don't want to see gathers at the head of the sleeve?
No, it just wants to sit nice and neatly in, okay? Because the sleeve head is bigger than the hole it's going into.
I do like that slightly raised sleeve though.
Yeah.
I mean, the most extreme version, of course. Well, I travelled around the Philippines a lot when Imelda Marcos was still there. And of course, I think they called them butterfly sleeves, where they're literally up here, these huge, but they look so distinctive and very beautiful as well.
Oh, yes. I think that would look gorgeous.
So as you get more experience with dressmaking, you can take a pattern like this, and if you want a little extra height there, you could work that into the pattern, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I left that on gathering stitch there. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a technique called slash and spread. So you cut into the pattern and then you spread it out, which creates more volume there with it. Okay. So I've got my sleeve now all fully made up. So I've got my inner seam done and I've got that lovely pattern, well, fold detail on there. So we're going to put this into our main body. Now, let me find the pattern piece again. There's notches here that we've got to pay attention to. 2 notches mean the back, 1 notch means the front, and then we've got our middle point there. Okay, so I'm going to find which side matches this. So my sleeve is the right side out, my shirt is the wrong side. Okay, and it's going to be this side because I've got 1 notch this side, I've got 2 notches that side. Okay, match up my bottom underarm sleeve seam, match up my notches, and then I'm going to ease in the rest of that fabric. Okay, it won't be a perfect fit first time. Okay. You're going to have to just manoeuvre those gathers so that it fits in.
Because you're easing a larger sleeve into a smaller sleeve hole, aren't you?
Yes.
Lynn, I'm just answering your question that you asked on Facebook. I've only just noticed that. I do apologise. When you asked about the sizing for the patterns, I hope I answered that earlier on, or Adelle and I answered that. You know, you've got the finished garment sizes throughout. So size up to, or like from, I mean, on this particular pattern, bust 32, waist 25, up to larger size, 46-inch bust, 39-inch waist. So it's quite a decent range of sizes there. There's 8 different kind of sizes within each garment. Also asks, would the patterns be suitable for 60 plus age?
Yes!
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Don't be sort of worried because the model on the front is younger.
Right.
No way. If you go on Instagram, have a look at Sewing Mimi, that's what the hashtag is, you will see a whole wealth of different people. Yeah. And I sent a photo of me like this in to my friend Shelley, and she sent me straight back one of her quilting friends, same shirt.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Please don't be put off by age. You're only as young as you feel inside. In my head, I'm still in my 20s.
And your personal style as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's if this style appeals to you, Lynn, then go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Absolutely.
And also, so much of it comes down to the choice of fabrics, doesn't it? You know.
Absolutely.
There are only so many shapes.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I was shopping with my girls, and at the moment, it's all block colours of fluorescent colours. I wouldn't be able to pull that off. Not at all. I like prints, and particularly I like leopard print, but also floral. That's what I really like. So the fabrics I buy matches my
your
taste.
style.
Doesn't match what's out there. I'm not going to be able to pull off a bright pink dress.
I reckon you could.
Oh no! When I look at what they've got, like psychedelic prints and stuff, that's just not me.
But that's the joy of making your own, isn't it? You
Yes.
don't have to follow fashion. You maybe like the shape, but not the prints or the colours that
Yeah.
it's available in. My mum finds that very much now. You know, gosh, we all get to a certain age, don't we? And my mum, you know, is the same. You get to a stage where you know what clothes suit you, you know what shapes, you know what lengths of skirt or whatever you like to wear. And my mum is very frustrated by what's available on the high street.
Oh.
You know, yeah.
There we go. And there's our sleeve. Let's sort her out. Come on.
Let's sort her out. Come on. Come on, Irene.
So we've got two
Irene.
versions here. You've got your folded,
Yep.
and then you've got your sleeve on there. And that little bit of gathering just pulls that sleeve up. That's really pretty.
It's great.
Yeah.
I do think it works as sleeveless.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. And all we've got to do now is just the hem piece on there. So you sew it and then fold it in, a bit like bias binding, just to finish off that end piece. But you can also leave it out if you wanted to as a band.
You could add a little band,
Yeah.
and then buttonholes and buttons.
Buttonholes and buttons. If you're like me, finish it off, go for a cup of tea, coffee, come back and do the buttonholes as a
I think
separate
buttonholes
sitting.
is the following day.
Yes, that's what I mean. It's don't rush your buttonholes.
No.
Don't think, oh, I've got it done, I can wear it.
11 o'clock at night.
No.
So I want to wear this tomorrow. Don't do it.
No, have a cup of tea before you start the buttonholes and really plan those buttonholes. Like you say, look, that bust would be there.
Yeah.
Mine slower down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Be in a good place before you do the buttonholes. And then it's all very straightforward. And practice them as well.
Yeah,
Always
practice them on a
stitch
scrap
out.
piece of fabric, especially if you're using that lighter weight fabric. And also with these sewing machines, you can slow down the stitch length. And what I do is take the pedal out.
Right.
So I put it in, I've got the pedal out, and I just press the start stop button.
Yep.
And then I feel like it takes the control rather than me going
Yes,
like that.
yes, absolutely. Let the machine do the
Yes.
work. Sew at a slower speed when you do your buttonholes. Oh, Adele, once again,
Brilliant.
you've given us a complete masterclass in dressmaking this
thank you,
morning.
thank
and
you.
inspired us all, so many of the viewers as well, to dressmake. Thank you so much.
Well, it's
When
lovely
are
to see you again.
You too, my lovely. When are you back?
At the end of September.
Fantastic. Well, enjoy first week back at school.
I've got to train my bladder because we can't go to the toilet during the lesson.
No, it's terrible. It really, there should be en suite. I think there should. I'm going to write to your headmaster and suggest it. All right. Okay, well, thank you for that, Adele. Wonderful. And thank you for joining us for that hour. We're going to take a short break now. And when we come back, we're going to have clearance panels. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Hi, it's Yvonne here. As you all know, I was born in Carrickfergus in Northern Ireland, and we're getting to that point in the year whenever I get to go home. From the 1st of September, the Stormont Hotel in Belfast becomes the home of Quilt Fair, which is an event that together with my friends Margaret and Helen, we have reintroduced into the island of Ireland. We are really looking forward to this, our second event. We have retained many of the features that you liked from last year's show. We have those nice wide aisles, we have all those expert traders and our free talks and demos in our schoolhouse. In addition, this year we have added our creative workshops, which Sewing Street have so generously sponsored for us. So this year we have added in 2 exhibitions. One of them, Old Roots, New Shoots, is from the Irish Patchwork Society. And the other exhibition is the work from our traders. It's entitled, This Is What We Do. So I really hope that I will see a lot of you there. We thank everyone for their continuing support in this venture that we have to create the best little quilt show in Ireland.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
It's clearance, it's clear, love it! Great value hour coming up now. Loads of clearance panels. Don't go anywhere. This is time to stock up. Get yourself a real bargain and get yourself a gorgeous new project to reinvigorate and reignite your sewing mojo. Let's start. Where shall we start? Relight my fire. Yeah, let's do that. MZ what? Is this a pre-printed, like one of our pre-printed panels? This is going to be a difficult hour. MZ UU51. I've got it. I've got it. Right. Oh, this is lovely. I like this. I like this. This is nice. This would be nice for winter stitching. So this is 3 embroidery hoops and this is called sayings. There's one here. Now it's really difficult to see, but Charlie's going to come in nice and close. This is called Weather Law. Let me just move these fabrics over a bit. Is that better? This is called Weather Law. Cold night, stars bright, rain before 7, fine before 11. As the day lengthens, so the cold strengthens. When your joints all start to ache, rainy weather is at stake. Mackerel skies and mare's tails make tall ships carry low sails. Oh, I love all this. And you embroider all of this. You could do it with a variegated thread. You could do this with, a single colour. You could do this multicoloured. That's one of them, Weather Law. This one's called Put the Kettle On. Put the kettle on, put the kettle on. And then this one over here, 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy. I love that. $6.99. That's awesome. Really lovely. They would be really nice to gift, actually. Cut out the panel, skein of thread, pack of needles, wooden hoop. Boom, there's a gift. 3 gifts out of this. Yeah, let's do more. What do you want next? Loving that. Shall I pick one and I'll tell you? Yeah, let's do it like that. I prefer that. DP49. Complete surprise. Oh, now this is another embroidery hoop, so that's quite a good way of doing this. Oh, this is lovely. Be yourself. You are beautiful. This is going to be a popular one. My goodness, that's lovely. That would be really nice stitched in silver grey, but also you could do it in multicolour. You are enough. Together we are strong. Oh, I want to make this for Charlie. Oh, it's really lovely. $6.99 for that. Gorgeous. Not you, Charlie. My husband, Charlie. All right, then I will make it for you. No, I will. All right. Okay, next one we're going to do is QP43. So this is a bit of a Jubilee themed panel. Good saving on this. Normal price. Where are you? Oh, it's lovely though. The Queen's Birthday 40 squares fabric panel. This would just be really fun though, just to do something that was a bit kind of patriotic, red, white and blue. Loving that. $9.99, that's awesome. Brilliant. Absolutely gorgeous. Loving that. I love the little soldiers in their bearskins. And I love the Union flag as well. That is gorgeous. Great. Lovely corgis on there. All sorts. Yep. Yeah. Right. Okay. Next one. We'll whiz through these quite quickly. There's lots. Oh, this is QE21. Now, this is the nursery numbers wall hanging in pastel. Lovely. Really nice, this one. Good to have in your stash, actually, because this... Ooh. Oh, do you know, I've got the reactions of a ninja, wasn't it? I impressed myself with that. I've obviously been getting enough sleep. This is great, because this would be good to have in your stash if you need to make a quick nursery gift or baby quilt. You could just layer this, quilt it really simply. You could just quilt along the lines, or you could diagonally cross-hatch. $9.99 for that. That's brilliant. Yeah, that's great. Love that. And then just a quick binding. Yeah, just a quick binding and that would be done. Or you could even bag that out and not bind it at all. So bagging out just means that you put your backing fabric right sides together with your top, batting on the back, sew all around the outside edge, but just leave yourself a gap. Turn the whole thing through, give it a press around the edge, seal up the side, the little gap that you left open, hand stitch it, and then you quilt it. So you don't need a binding. All right, next one, GA13. Oh, this is lovely. I've never seen this before. This is Tiger Bright Hexes. Oh, I love this. Where's this been hiding? Oh, look at those. Pinks, teals, golds. That is really lush. You've got 60 coordinating hexes and that price has dropped down to $9.99. Now I wouldn't even bother cutting this up. I'd layer this up with batting and backing. I'd quilt down the lines, down here as well. Bind it. There's a beautiful bed or table runner. Absolutely gorgeous. It'd be great to make up into a bag as well, wouldn't it, that? Bag front, bag back. Very nice. Mix it with a few solids for your lining and your bag handles. Okay, next up, DL89. More hexes. Ooh, this is yummy. This is Winter Nights hexes. So we're heading into winter. Actually, oh, okay, this is sold out. Oh, okay, we're still going to save though if you bought this earlier. $9.99, thank you. Okay, put it away. Put it away. Thank you very much. Okay, next up, MZ270. Oh, this is cute. Little labels. Oh, this is useful for every quilter. Traditional quilt labels in red, mustard and grey. Made with love, stitched with love by, made with love, stitched with love, little handmade. These would be great in bags. And look at these ones here with the little quilt blocks on. There's even some little triangular labels that you could tuck in the corner of a quilt. Oh, those are adorable. Now, what price are they going to go to? What did they start as? $7.99 was the original price. The price is going to drop. It's not going to go up, is it? $5.99 for those. Thank you. Well done. Thank you and well done. Good. EQ95. Oh, I love this one. This is the night sky solar system. I love this one. This is a great one for anyone who loves the kind of stars and constellations. You've got your night sky, you've got your rings to show the space between the planets, and then you've got all the planets, and made with stardust, the solar system. $9.99 for that. That's gorgeous. Love these panels. There's so many different ways you can use them. You can make them up as they were intended, of course, but if you prefer, you can really get creative. Turn them into a bag, turn them into cushions. Don't be afraid to sort of slice through the middle of an image and add some sashings. Now this next one is gorgeous. HA98. Again, never seen this. Scandi Floral Teal Cushion Panel. 2 17-inch fabric squares and 3 10-inch fabric squares. Oh, those are stunning. Now look at that. That is gorgeous. So you've got that big 17-inch image there. You've got a second one here. Really, $9.99 for that. That's brilliant. 3 big, beautiful 10-inch squares there, again all different. You've even got a couple of labels down there. Gosh, I think you could delve into your stash and create a really nice wall hanging, couldn't you? So you could cut this apart, and I would go into my stash. I'd get some golds, some purples, some teals, some greys, some cream, maybe a little bit of peach as well, and I would do some piecing, things like some flying geese, some checkerboard, half square triangle, something like that. And then I would cut all the squares out. I might add some borders around just to bring them up to the correct size that I need, and then stitch in between things like a row of flying geese or half square triangles and create a really beautiful wall hanging. You could put checkerboard around the outside, maybe a border. Absolutely beautiful. Or of course you could make these up into 2 cushions, or a front and a back, and then you could make some little small coordinating pillows, or you could sew these 3 squares together and make a long, almost like a bolster cushion, maybe with a little bit of piecing or just strips of fabric in between. Very, very versatile, and all of that for $9.99. Ace. Absolutely ace. You've even got some labels just to finish off your work really nicely. Those 2 large panels actually would make really good bag fronts as well, or a bag front and a bag back. So lots of different creative ways you can use them. All right, next up we've got JB72. Now this is fatter quarters. You get such a lot of fabric in these. I'm just going to move that out of the way a little bit. There we go. So these are the fatter quarters. You get such a lot of fabric here. Normal price $19.99. This is all very kind of heraldry. Wow, you're saving £6. That is amazing. $13.99. You're getting 4 really big fat quarters. I love this one that's got all of the kind of stamps, and they've all got a sort of regal, noble kind of theme to them. Some great details there. They would make amazing pillows, or really nice to cover an album, like a photograph album or something like that. And then you've got these gorgeous coordinates in blue and gold, and then again another really fabulous big panel here, again with all of those stamps, Queen Victoria, that looks like Elizabeth I, you know, the regal shoe, the rose. Fabulous, fabulous. Really good. I just feel like I need to fold everything back up again. There we go. Good, excellent, yeah. Right, oh, got one over here. TW28. Now this looks like, is this a cat of the month? Oh, flower of the month. Oh, that's really pretty. That's really pretty. That's the flower of the month for August, and it's poppy. Now that's lovely, isn't it? Now I'm thinking actually we have got Remembrance Day coming up very soon, haven't we? Wouldn't that be beautiful, made up into a tote bag to use during November? It's never been in clearance before. You get your 12 by 12 poppy panel, then you also get 5 complementary fabric strips. They're 2.5 inches by 43. They ombre from light to dark. Isn't that gorgeous? You could use that for the back of the bag. You could also use it for the shoulder straps. You could probably get the lining as well out of that, or pockets certainly. Brilliant. Are you kidding me? $7.99. That's great. That is great. You could even make these up into cushions or bags and sell them to raise money, couldn't you? For British Legion, Royal British Legion. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so popular for those, so popular, that poppy flower of the month panel there. Next one, KH50. Now then, this is a bit different. Now this is called Attic Windows English Country Cottage. So we've done a pattern in the past, I think, to create attic windows. I've turned that the wrong way. Let me turn it around. But so you could cut this up. I mean, it goes on. Look, there's a lovely pond with swans. Oh, was that sold out? Okay. Well done if you managed to get that. Fabulous, fabulous. Okay, now then, let's grab these. Let's go ND65. Oh, these are fatter quarters, aren't they? I think. Oh, these are cute. This is lovely. Okay, so fatter quarters. You've got, this is called Staffordshire Mantelpiece for large coordinating fat quarters. Now, just to give you a sense of the size of these fat quarters, they're actually 27.5 inches by 19.5 inches. So they're much, much bigger than a standard fat quarter. $19.99 normal price. Check this reduction out. You're going to like this. Go on. Biggest reduction of the day. Are you really? I knew it. Under £10. Wow. So you've got your Staffordshire dogs. You've got your teapots and teacups. You've got this lovely little coordinating tan print. That is beautiful. And then look at this floral. Is this a Debbie Shaw? I'm thinking the Staffordshire mantle. Anyway, beautiful colours, really lovely. Got a lovely kind of country look to it, hasn't it? Very, very nice indeed. Right, next up, KL06. Oh, okay. Again, good morning. This is called Good Morning. Fat quarter, large fat quarters. Oh, this is yummy. I like that. Now these are just really beautiful coordinating prints. $14.99 normal price, $9.99 is the price. That is great. For 4 really big pieces of fabric, you've got that gorgeous kind of purplish blue, a light blue pin dot, vibrant hot pink, and that lovely kind of corn yellow. It is gorgeous. Loving all of these. Right, let's go wintry. This is JH06. So these are large fat quarters again. Now, I'll just show you the different designs you've got. You've got kind of snowy background with pine cones. You have got this kind of greyish ivy. You've got little snowdrops, I think, maybe. And then you've got kind of Christmas roses. Poinsettias maybe, pine cones. It's called a frosty morning. This I think was an Amber Makes, wasn't it? There's a lovely bag and oh Jim, yeah, we're heading towards frosty mornings, aren't we? Coming into work, scraping the ice off the car. I'll be there in my slanky. Oh, next one, TX03. Now this is another flower of the month. Oh, that's pretty. This is for November. This is chrysanthemum. So you get your 12 by 12 flower panel. You get little labels at the bottom that say November chrysanthemum, quilted by, and then you get your 2.5 inch by 43 inch coordinating strips, and you get 5 different ones, the ombre light to dark. Again, really useful. Make a bag, make a cushion. You could make a mini quilt as well to hang on the wall. Beautiful. And I love the soft colours. That colour is absolutely perfect, isn't it, for a chrysanthemum? Love those. Gorgeous. And the price again, £7.99 for that. That is going to be very popular. I'm absolutely certain of it. Gorgeous. Okay, now RG28. Well, now you know I'm going to love this one because check this out. A little brown bear. Absolutely gorgeous. This one's called the Natural History Collection Forest Creatures. Now this is 60 hexagons, all printed. You get, essentially, it's a 2-inch edge with an added 1/4 inch seam allowance. £8.99 for this. Gorgeous. And again, nice kind of warm autumny colours. You've got bears, some wolves. Have we got, oh yes, little raccoons. You've got fallow deer. You've got, I like the fact there's a little skunk. Yeah. Beautiful. That's really cute. Now you could have great fun turning that into cushions, a runner, maybe a bag. It would also be really nice made into something like tea cozy or a cover for your food mixer as well. Layer it, quilt it, cut out all the pieces, construct it with the right side facing up, so your seams are all on the outside, and then bind the seams with bias binding. And then you've got a quilted lining as well. Everything's all lovely and neatly finished. Okay, next one, I think we are heading to Africa. This is gorgeous. This one is called, sorry, it's MFUU40, and it's called Giraffes in the Trees. Yeah. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah, that is gorgeous. I love the colour range there. You've got some browns and golds, that beautiful teal. Great patterns there. That's really nice. Yeah, those colours are gorgeous. These are colours from our producer Ben's house. This gorgeous teal, this deep gold. Very, very nice. Could make you a cushion for your living room out of this, Ben. Yeah. Yeah. Giraffes. I love that. And again, like I say, those hexes, I mean, of course you can cut them out. And then you can EPP them. You can machine piece hexagons too. But I think I'd be inclined just to treat it as a whole piece of fabric. I love those white diamonds in the background. Quilt it, cut it up, use it. There's only 5 of those left. Okay. Very limited on a lot of stock now for these panels. Next one, this is LI98. It's another flower of the month. Which month is it going to be though? Oh, this is December, the poinsettia. I love this in that kind of vibrant pinks. This is your Christmas shopping tote bag, isn't it? All ready to make up. You've got your 12-inch panel. You've got your labels. You've got your 5 2.5-inch by 43-inch coordinating strips for £7.99. Yep, it really is a fantastic, fantastic bargain. Loads of bargains today, aren't there? Absolutely superb. And thanks for staying with us, by the way. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Little gifts for quilty friends, sewing friends. Very, very affordable. I'm going to grab another big stack of panels. Okay, next up. Let's go OP10. It's another flower of the month. Oh, lovely. This is the rose. June, the rose. June's the best month, Ben, and why would that be? It's your birthday. For that and that alone, it's getting dropped to 4. Are you kidding me? Now that's favouritism. What about February, huh? What about me? You are going to get in trouble for that, and rightly so. £4.99. But also, that's going to be very popular, isn't it, the rose? It's my mum's favourite flower. My mum is called Rosemary as well, and it is her favourite scented flower. Just gorgeous. Oh, you've done it for my mum. You're just trying to share the blame. You've got those 5 coordinating prints. Aren't they lovely? That lovely soft rose pink. Just gorgeous. That's a real bargain, isn't it? My goodness me. Lots of those in baskets? Lots of those in baskets. Well done. Well done. All right, next up, QL 545. This has got a funny old code on it. Ooh, oh. Now, yeah. It's called In the Kitchen, Hexes 1. Yeah. This is a bit different. Let's open this out. So this has got a kind of mid-century modern look to it, hasn't it? And you're getting 8 or 9 hexes of each different colour, so this would be fun to sew together. You've got that kind of real mid-century modern geometric there. You've got little tools. That's cute. Eating implements. Jugs. Tea urn. Lovely. Stripes, dots. It's lovely. Great colour palette as well. $7.99. It's not enough. Drop it. Can we do this for my birthday? Drop it again. Go on. Yes, drop it again. Just do as you're told, Ben. Stop arguing. It's much easier. It's much easier not to argue with me. Drop it. Drop it. Thank you. Thank you. $5.99. That's better. Thank you. Like I say, Ben, it's much, much easier if you cooperate with me. AP96. Now, this is 18 2.5-inch strips. This is absolutely gorgeous. This is like the Garden of Earthly Delights. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's called a pandemonium of parrots. Oh my goodness, there's so much fabric here. It's incredible. Look at this. It should be $19.99. You've got leaves, you've got parrots and fruit, you've got parrots on their own. Price is dropping to $13.99. This would make a glorious bag, wouldn't it? And I wouldn't cut this apart. Again, I would layer it, quilt the fabric, cut out your pieces from the panel and then make your bag up. And if you don't want the seams on the outside, have them on the inside and then bind them with bias binding again. And then you'll have a lovely quilted bag. Beautiful. Have a look at this down here. I love how the design goes across different coloured backgrounds. So, like for example, if you want to, you can use this as a whole piece of fabric. If you prefer, you can cut the fabric apart. It works both ways. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Such rich, delicious colours. Okay, next up, let's go rainbow. RB UU83. I love this. I love this. $12.99 is the regular price. You've got a 7-stripe rainbow here. £6.49 for the linear rainbow fabric strips. You get 7 coordinating strips. Each one though is 55 inches by 2.5 inches. Now this would be gorgeous for bag making. Can you imagine a shoulder bag or a messenger bag made out of this? Tote bags. You could make a banner to hang up outside your house for the NHS. You could do it for Pride Month. You could show your year-round support by keeping it up all year. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Or, of course, you can cut up those individual strips and just enjoy it as a lovely rainbow palette that you can use the oranges and pinks for something, the greens for something else, and so on. Right. Oh, now I like this. This is FRUU81. Is this Fruit de Mer? Oh, this is very sophisticated. This is called the Harbour. Oh, this is absolutely gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous. I love that. So you've got your seashells. The palette, the colour palette is beautiful. You've got crabs. You've got these I want to say whelks. They're probably not. Coordinates. Oh, that is lovely. On there, you've got 40 5-inch squares. $9.99. That is lush. Absolutely gorgeous. You can make a couple of nice shopping bags out of that. Beach bag. Lovely table runner. You could make placemats as well out of these. Yeah, really nice. Really nice. Yeah, they're sophisticated, classy. Very, very nice indeed. Cool. I think that might be my favourite thing I've seen all afternoon. Just in this hour, you know. Yeah, really like that. Pop that in the boot of my car, please. Thank you. Okay, next one is from the Natural History collection. This is for large fat quarters, and this is called Birds and Butterflies. You got that one? Lovely. Again, I love the colour palette. It's very rich. It's very country house. You've got birds and butterflies on an ivory background. There's one left, so I'll be really quick. Gorgeous kind of sangria, black, and a sort of wasabi chartreuse green, like a golden green. Lovely. That's going to sell out, isn't it? Right, let me grab some more. Oh, do you know, I turned the air conditioning in the studio down so good. Yes, please. I can't feel my fingers. Right, next one is LG74. Ooh. Oh, I like this. That's lovely. This is called Enchanted Wood. And you've got mushrooms and toadstools, butterflies and moths. You've got fairies. You've got unicorns. Absolutely delightful. $9.99 for that. Gorgeous. Lovely colour palette as well. I'm thinking tea cosy and maybe a tray mat. A little sort of afternoon tea set. Maybe some coasters. Something like that, maybe. Be lovely. Enchanted Wood. Isn't it good? Enchanted Wood. Do you like my filing system? It's great, isn't it? Cutie. You too. 21. Oh, it's been a while. Cutie 21. Oh, it's my nickname at college. Free motion quilting fabric panel. This is the Lily. Now this is really beautiful, isn't it? You've got like a faux patchwork background in squares, and then you've got what looks like kind of almost like a pliqué flower in different fabrics on top, but it's all printed. You've got the lilies, you've got the stems. Gorgeous. And what a great way to quilt as well. Lovely shows this morning, Stuart. I've bought several of these panels. They're so versatile, and the quality of the cotton is great. Thank you, collector in Merseyside. Yeah, really beautiful. Gorgeous. And you can do all sorts of things with these. Go on. Go on. You're kidding me. It should be it was crashed to $8.99. It's going to crash again now. $4.99. That's from $12.99 original price. Ben, you're in so much trouble. I'd just like to say this has nothing to do with me. I didn't ask for the price reduction. Might have done, Oh, lovely. Now, we had some of this earlier on. This is a different panel. This one is called DLUU25. Ah, so this is a different colourway of the Scandi Floral Purple. Is that different to the one we had earlier? Yes. No. Did it have more gold in it? I think it did, didn't it? This has got more green. 2 17-inch fabric squares, 3 10-inch squares, and 2 labels. $9.99. $9.99 for that. Grab it while you can. Right. Now, next one, CO09. Oh, it's an embroidery panel. Oh, again, I really like these. I think this is a really, really nice idea. So the idea with this is that you embroider the details and then display it in a hoop. So first up here, the large hoop is entitled London. So you've got where it says London, you've got the I, you've got the gherkin, St Paul's Cathedral, you've got the Shard, Big Ben. I boxed myself into a corner here. What's that then? Tower of London? No, it's not. That's Buckingham Palace. Yeah, Gherkin, Shard, Big Ben. That's St Paul's Cathedral, the Wheel, the Eye. Westminster? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Then over here you've got transport. Well, I always use Shanks's pony when I'm in London. I walk everywhere. I do. That's what it means. No, it's not like Uber, love. It's not like Uber. Viewers, you know what I'm talking about, don't you, Shanks's pony? I walk as much as I can in London. I think it's much nicer. And it's usually a lot quicker. But you've got a taxi, a London bus, and the underground symbol there as well. And then over here, when a man is tired of London, he is tired of life, for there is in London all that life can afford. That's Samuel Johnson, a quote. Well, $4.99. Awesome. Again, split that up. Add in a hoop for each one, reel of a skein of embroidery floss, and some needles, or you could get 1 pack of needles, get a bit of felt, stick a couple of needles in, pop it in a brown paper bag, and it's a gorgeous gift. Right then, next up, we've got KB81. Oh, I'm intrigued. What is this? I'm a little teapot. I think we might have to perform the whole thing. Here we go. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here's my handle. Oh, this is round and stout. Round, short and stout. Here's my handle. Here's my spout. When I get all steamed up, hear me shout. Tip me up over and pour me out. Well, someone's taking some liberties with the lyrics, I fear. But this is often the way, isn't it? You know, there are different versions. Yeah. I remember being in a pantomime many years ago, and we did I'm a Little Teapot, and we always used to get children out of the audience to come and join in. It's a giggle, isn't it? It's a giggle. Love that. But that's actually to make like a little fabric book, and the reduction goes down to $11.99. Okay, I think this is another soft book. This one is LX63. Huggable, lovable. Oh, this is cute, because look, if I just show you this is the front and the back of the book. You're perfect to me. Made with love from. And look, it's got little proper ears that stick up, and then as you open the book and go through, the ears stay in position. Your smiles and laughter, you bring me joy all day long. Our hugs and kisses are a perfect treat. Oh, that's really cute. You are my shining star, perfect in every way. I love you more and more each and every day. Your voice is music to my ears. I have to sing a song. Oh, if I said that to Charlie, he'd be like, oh, no, you don't have to sing, honestly. No, really, don't. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah. I'll stop performing something from Cats. Murder it. Oh. See, I think I've got a nice voice, but nobody else agrees. Oh dear, DR61. I'm going to record a record one day just to prove everybody wrong. Okay, flower of the month. May, the lily o' the valley. That's really pretty, isn't it? We always used to grow lily of the valley at home in the garden, and my mum would sometimes cut a little bunch and have it in a little vase on the table. Oh my goodness, they're so pretty and they smell so sweet. Gorgeous. You get your panel, you get all of your strips. This one's gone down to $4.99 as well. That's awesome. Whoops, how did that happen? Oh, was it? That was a mistake. It was meant to be $7.99. I don't approve, except I do. DT 60. These are large fat quarters. Christmassy fat quarters. So again, great. Let's start making our Christmas makes, stockings, gift bags, maybe a Christmas tree skirt. $12.99 is the price. Should be $19.99 for this. You're getting your gorgeous baubles on a navy background, a pink background. You're also getting this kind of snow on a teal background. And then this is lovely, kind of deep green with sprigs of fern and little love hearts. Well, little berries actually, but they do look like little love hearts. That's gorgeous. Filing system. Okay, next up, I'm going to grab, this is another soft book, I think. This is VB 45. $14.99 is the regular price. Not today. Now you do get instructions for how to make these up. There's all instructions along the bottom. You need a yard of medium weight flat batting. And that's it. And some thread. That's all. Kiss, kiss, little fish. Oh, I think this is a page turner. Do you want me to spoil the plot for you? Let's read the book together. You've been good, so let's have story time at the end of the day. Okay, you sitting comfortably on the carpet? Yeah, no fidgeting now. Do you know, Charlie and Ben are such good boys. They go, yes, yes. I bet if we look in the gallery now, they're both sitting there on the carpet with their legs crossed. Okay, first page, number 1. 1 kissy kisses for green. What? 1 kissy kisses for green. Oars, I want to watch tail go kiss, 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 swish, you lots too. Are they? Oh yes. Is there meant to be? Oh dear, oh dear. Right. I was just thinking, no one's ever going to buy this because it's all misspelt. 5 and 5 for the U-bish. And there's a line. Oh dear. Okay, I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. You have to fold the pages. Sorry. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, you can have another story. UQ 67. Oh dear. Oh. This is Michael Miller out of Africa. Oh, this is lovely. This is a bit different. $12.99 this is going to go to. Excuse me. Right. Elephant, monkey, cheetah. Lion. Zebra, giraffe. Oh, it's sold out. Oh. Okay. Oh, overtired. Getting overtired. Right. We've only got 7 what? Oh, 7 panels left. Yes. Okay, come on. Come on. GJ 54. It's a beautiful swan. One of my absolute favourite ballets, Swan Lake. So you might have someone in the family that loves ballet, or grandson or granddaughter who is studying ballet, and you want to make them something special. This would be gorgeous made as a wall hanging, wouldn't it? Quilted and bound. Absolutely beautiful. It's $12.99 now. That is gorgeous. And it would also be a really lovely opportunity to practice your free motion quilting or hand stitching. You could hand quilt and embellish this. Really lovely. A question from Karen in Lancashire. Carol, behave yourself. How many kisses? Do you know, I haven't got a clue. Oh dear me. Oh dear me. You do fold it and stitch it. It's true. It's true. But it did take me rather a long time to work that out, didn't it? OQ 1 2. Let's have a little look at this. Oh, I like this. This is Sandy Gervais. This is Moda, isn't it? Oh, this is gorgeous. Now, I remember the fabric range, but I've never seen the panel. That is glorious. Autumn, the year's last loveliest smile. It's going to $10.99. That is gorgeous. Look at the size. It is really big. This would make such a glorious wall hanging for autumn. And although it's American, I love the fact that it says autumn, the year's last loveliest smile, rather than fall. Isn't that nice? Yeah, that is gorgeous. You could also cut this up. I mean, $10.99 is a fabulous price, isn't it? You could cut this up and create a bit more of an art quilt. You could divide it up. You could add attic windows. You could add borders around the outside. That is gorgeous. There's no menu for tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Tomorrow's clearance, isn't it? For Bank Holiday Monday with John. Now, John, I think we need to sort of take a picture tomorrow of John, because he was sharing last night on Facebook that he's going to be taking marine collagen, which is going to be making him more youthful. Okay, so we probably need to take a picture so that we still recognise him. I've already sent him a message saying, I need some too, please. This one's $9.99. It's called Life's Recipes. Recipes for Life. I'm going to read this. Kisses. How many? You can have as many as you like. Some tender moments. Hugs. A dash of trust. Just a dash. A pinch of affection. Add some unconditional support. Laugh. Plenty of good times shared. Smile. Serve with promise, happiness, respect and patience. New experiences together. Well, I think that's lovely. A recipe for love. Grab a pen and paper, everybody. Ingredients: 2 cups of laughter, 1 dash of happiness, 1 packet of respect, 2 pounds of tenderness, and a cup of date nights. Love that. Love that. We all need to keep going with the date nights, don't we? The ingredients for happiness: 2 pinches of sharing, 1 teaspoon of smiles, 3 scoops of giggles, a cup of laughter, 1 ounce of goodwill. Secret for friendship. Now, what do we need? Ingredients: 1 bag of listening, 2 cups of respect, 1 ounce of trust, 1 pinch of caring, 1 cup of good times. And finally, the key for success. Ingredients: we need a tablespoon of hope, 2 ounces of energy, 1 pack of sounds like a cocktail. I want one. A pack of positivity, a pinch of focus, 2 cups of leadership. I'm definitely ordering a key for success next time I'm at the cocktail bar. Well, that is lovely. Oh, sold out. Sold out. Sold out. 3. I've got 3 things on my bench. 3, it's the magic number. What does it all mean? This is HF40. These are lovely panels, these actually. Remember these, they are very psychedelic. They are, again, a great opportunity for things like quilting. Also, I think a wall hanging for somebody going to university. Do you know what I mean? It's like a vortex, isn't it? Beautiful colours. No reason why you can't cut this up and create 4 pillows. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Or you could cut it down through the quarters and add sashings through there as well. Kind of break it up a little bit. That's in the pink. Now, green and blue. $17.99 is the usual price. Not today. Not today. $14.99 for that. That is glorious. I love that. That's almost like a coiled snake, isn't it? You know what I mean? Around the outside, it's almost like a coiled snake. Or kind of, I don't know. It's quite, I don't know, meditational. I could imagine, you know, Delphine did a wall hanging that had the Buddha appliqued. Just wondering about doing an applique in the centre. Or we could have something like black silhouettes of butterflies or birds, applique going across. There's loads you could use this for. And also as well, think of it as being a great big swatch of different fabrics that you could cut up 5-inch squares and create something else. I mean, for $14.99, why not grab yourself one and give it a go? The very last panel that we've got today. And thank you for bearing with. Is gorgeous golden rich berry. Now this is like a big bag of fruit pastels. This is just making me want fruit pastels. Isn't? Oh yeah, that's almost like the petals of a flower, isn't it? Radiating outwards. Yeah, I love that one. There is loads of texture, loads of movement. That is really beautiful. Again, $14.99. Superb, superb. That's it. All the panels done. Now, I don't have a menu for tomorrow because it's all clearance. It's 5 hours. with John Scott doing clearance. It's going to be fast and furious. I'm absolutely sure of it. I shall be tuning in. I'll probably be in my onesie, and can't wait for that. So listen, I will see you on Thursday and Friday next week, and looking forward to that already. Have a great rest of the day, and in fact enjoy the rest of the bank holiday weekend, especially with John tomorrow for clearance. I will see you very soon. Bye bye.